Alright. I'll wait a little bit, I'm a little early. I've got my tea. Got everything ready. A nice, quiet environment. And we've got a whole bunch of creepypasta we can go through. Included but not limited to the NES Godzilla creepypasta, which has a bunch of pictures that take up those 388 pages. How's that for you? There's 50-foot ant, 153. Got a bunch of them. Max Henson, N. A lot of these I'm not even familiar with. Let's see. Ben. That was always a good one. Maybe I'll do that one at some point. I don't know what's up with that. But whatever. Alright, Pokemon Cursed Diamond. How about this? I need to go ahead and... There we go. Feel free to suggest any creepypasta. Not just now in the chat, but also in the comments in the future. Alright. Pretty sure I have Russian Candle Cove experiments. Jesus. That was a riot. Do I have Russian sleep experiment? Well, I can't remember how long that was, but maybe it's not as long as I was thinking. One could only hope. Okay. It's not there. At least in my head, I remember it being really long. Ooh, Abandoned Loneliness is a good one. I already did Absol. That was great. Yeah. Damn. Fucking... So how are you all doing? Please let me know. I am curious. I've got my tea. It's actually mint tea. Should be nice and well put together. My voice should be nice and deep like I want it, or high like I want it, or whatever the case is. Seriously? Could have sworn I had Russian sleep experiment. I don't remember how long it was. Page-wise in regard to Word, anyway. but it's a classic. I'm almost certain I have it somewhere. Come now. Do I really not have it? You've got to be kidding me. Ah. $10-page. Well, damn. Okay. Alright, well, no matter. I can always make do. Can't I? Oh, they actually made a film, huh? How interesting. Don't care. All the fucks I do not give are here. Alright? Maybe this wasn't as long as I thought. If I were to copy and paste this... Let's see how long it is. That part I really don't like. Alright, so copy. Let's open up. Damn. Let's open up Word. Come on. Do what I ask you to. Alright, give it a minute. Alright. Oh, it's only 4 pages. Here, select all. Let's go ahead and make the text black so it's legible. View. There we go. That makes it legible. This is one that's always been recommended to read. Alright. So, first... Yeah. That sounds good. So first, I need to make sure that's going to record properly. So I need to... Nope. Come on. There we go. Test, test. How well can it hear me? Test, test. How well can it hear me? Seems to be alright. Oh. Set author unknown. Alright. Nobody's here yet, but that's okay. Alright. The Russian Sleep Experiment. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they only had microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows in the chamber to monitor them. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they only had... God damn it. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they only had microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water, and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. Okay. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water, and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained having been imprisoned. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past. And the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4th day mark. And the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternatively whispering to the microphones and one-way mirror. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and the one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran to the link He ran the length of the chamber, repeatedly yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about his behavior is how the other captives reacted to it. Or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The two non-screamy captives took their books apart, smeared page after page with their own faces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working. Damn it, these fucking speakers. After 3 more days, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor and you... damn it. We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond. "We no longer want to be freed." We no longer want to be freed. Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled the fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened and the soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. That's not how that words. The chamber was open, and soldiers were sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could Although no one could rightly call the state Although no one could rightly call the state although no one could rightly call the state that any of them in although no one could rightly call the state that any of them in life what although no one could rightly call that state of any person in although no one could rightly call the state in any of them alive. Damn it. Although no one could rightly call the state of any of them in... Damn it. Although no one could rightly call the state of any of them alive. That's what it's supposed to read. That makes sense. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed. Damn it. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. Although the blood vessels and organs remained intact, they had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, not factory. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility. But still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber and alternatively begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arms of one doctor. When hearts were seen to beat for the full 2 minutes after he bled out. When the heart was seen to beat when the heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point where there was no more air in his vascular system than blood. Where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. When the heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point where there was more air than... When his heart was seen to beat for the... God damn it. When his heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he bled out to the point where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word, more, over and over, weaker and weaker until finally he fell silent. I'm not sure how to say your name. I apologize. Yeah, just take a second. This is always the process trying to actually record all this. Because I'm also recording this to actually edit it later. Yeah. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The two were intact vocal cords. Damn it. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas demanded to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room in the... The most injured of the 3 were God damn it. Was, not were. Words. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. Yeah, okay, I said that right. Let me do another take. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding his wrist as well. What? Hold on. How does that read? Even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier holding that wrist. Even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It only took a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle not to be subdued. Most of them were from the force his own muscles had exerted. There needs to be a comma there. That's why. Most of them were the force of his own muscles Most of them were from the force of his own muscles. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles. Damn it. It's not quite written right. Grammar. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles had exerted on them. There. Good enough. I'm fine with it. Bacon. Okay. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery. And he had only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, that they try surgery without anesthetic. He did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his he did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that medical impossibility of patients still be alive. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible. One terrified nurse. That's not supposed to be impossible, is it? No. Well. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be some sort of drastic importance, the surgeon had pen and pad fetched so the patient could start. Okay. Assuming this must be something of a drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write this message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other two subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well, although they had been injected with a paralytic for the duration. Okay, fair enough, whatever. I don't know what that is. I'm not a medical student, and I haven't gone through any surgeries yet. Although they had been injected with... Yeah. That's better. Although they had been injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. One's only response was given. I must remain awake. All three subjects' restraints were reinforced and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as all three subjects' restraints were reinforced and that All three subjects' restraints were reinforced and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military's benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential, and wanted to see what would happen if they were to put back the gas back on. The researchers strongly objected, but they were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and the restraints padded for a long time. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all three stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the... To everyone's surprise, all three stopped struggling the moment it let slip that they were turning the gas back on. It was obvious that at this point the three were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might, first left, then right, then left again, focus on. Okay. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off of his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if they were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on the paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut. At the same moment his head hit the pillow. As they focused on the paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut. At the same moment, his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time, and his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flatness as one who died from falling asleep. His brainwaves showed the same flat lines as the one who just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside as well as the three researchers. One of the named three immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, and turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed as the remaining members of the medical He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. I won't be locked in there with these things. Not with you. He screamed at the man strapped to the table. What are you? He demanded. I must know. The subject smiled. Have you forgotten so easily? The subject asked. We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal heaven where you cannot... We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread. The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. So nearly free. All right. All right, that's the end of that one. Excuse me. Oh. I could have sworn that was longer. Was that the same? That is the same Russian sleep experiment, right? I could have sworn it was longer. I thought it was the one where, like at the end, he was like, God has abandoned us or something like that, I thought. I thought that's what it was. Me. Oh well. Let me go ahead and just save this to my little archive. I could have sworn I had that, but apparently not. Alright, so let me go ahead and X that out. We got plenty on here. If there are any suggestions for other creepypasta, feel free to let them loose. Alright, let me just go ahead and save that. Quick access. Cool. Paradoxius. Ah, you're in there now. Nice. Oh, wait. I know you! Now I know who you are! I had such a tiny chat bubble here. That's what it was. Ha! Alright. Duh. I'm glad someone else is in my server. Sweet. Alright, now I get the next story. I wish I had a randomizer for all of this. I just take out the ones I've already done. Alright, so... yeah, there's that one. God, I got these in fucking 2013. Oh, Jesus. So when I first got these, I was going to school and I didn't have anything to do and I didn't have internet at home and I was really into recording various creepypasta. Or not recording, but reading, you know. So I just did one by one from the creepypasta wikia and just copied and pasted onto a jump drive. This is like 8,831 items now. So almost 9,000 videos worth of content here. Jesus. Alright. Okay, so now we need to find another creepypasta. If only I had a randomizer. Darkest room, dark place, crystal. Hey! Hey!
What?
Suggest a creepypasta. Sorry to put you on the spot.
If you have any, I want you to do a Futurama one.
A Futurama one? I wouldn't.
All hail the Hypnotoad.
Jesus, I'm not. I'm not sure I've seen. Have you seen a Futurama one?
No, but if it exists, just like with Hentai,
Uh,
there exists creepypasta.
I don't know. I don't know if I have one.
Hold on.
Like, I mean,
Get the bear hurt.
like I'm just kind of scrolling through trying to find something else.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find one of the ones I'm familiar with.
Also, if you check your Discord, I might have invited someone. I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, no, I saw it. They were in the chat.
Okay. Sure.
I think they're gone now, but I mean they were in the chat for a hot minute. I didn't recognize. I hadn't seen the name before, so I was like. Then I finally looked at the Discord, and then I saw the profile picture up close, and I was like, I know who that is. No, I don't need. I don't need the snipping tool. I need the thing. What was this one?
Okay, so apparently there is one. It's the Futurama Lost episode, and it's called Not Long Enough.
Not long enough?
Yeah.
Do you know about how long of a story it might be? Or how long it takes to read? Or like... Because right now I've got it set up where it's an alpha...
It's a short one.
Short, like, is 4 pages too long?
Yeah.
2 pages?
Hold on. This is it. If need be, I can send it to your...
Here, I can just bring up the CreepyPasta wiki myself. That's called,
For everyone who is watching, all hail the Hypnotoad. They actually made an episode on that, and I saw it too. Where it was just 30 minutes of the Hypnotoad, and I actually watched it. And when it ended, I was like, oh, I wanted more Hypnotoad.
Alright, so...
There you go.
I'd stop... I hate this shit. This site used to be so friggin' simple, and now it's just complicated bullshit.
I know, babe.
Credited to Kai Simpson. Alright, so let's copy. We'll bring up Word again. Have you read it already?
No, I have not.
Okay, so this is the first... Okay.
This was... Like, this one and maybe another one are the only two I found. But it was like, everything has a CreepyPasta. Everything.
Yeah, you go far enough, you'll find a CreepyPasta of everything. Okay, so it's a 2 page. A little under 2 pages. Like 2.25. Yeah, I can do it. No problem. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Might need to go ahead and get some more tea. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that real quick. I'll get some more tea. Hot mic. I'll be back. Gotta mix, gotta mix, gotta mix, gotta mix, gotta mix, gotta mix, gotta get that fucking tea. Da 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 da. What's that? Ooh. Okay. All right. Yeah. Gotta love the sweet smell of CreepyPasta in the morning. At 3 a.m. Okay, ready to record again. Alright, so let's go ahead and open... No! Alright. Alright, let's take a sip. Vanilla chai. Not long enough. Until recently, it was thought that Matt Groening had completely recovered from whatever he was making. It was thought that Matt Groening had completely recovered from whatever? It was thought that Matt Groening had completely recovered from whatever was making him act so strangely during Dead Bart and blah, blah, blah. Damn it! Come on, words! Until recently, it was thought that Matt Groening had completely recovered from whatever was making him act so strangely during the Dead Bart incident, and that it had affected his normal life afterward. Recent claims from the employee who found the Dead Bart video, however, indicated that Matt Groening went through another similar incident 10 years ago. It was the summer of 1999, and Futurama had recently premiered. Matt was working on two shows now, and had started showing signs of stress when he announced that he was working on another episode that would be 100% of his own writing. This terrified some of his staff who worked on both shows, but they were hesitant to bring up Dead Bart, and the Futurama crew saw no reason to reject Matt's idea. An early version of it was made, and the employee who found Dead Bart managed to make a digital copy of this as well. The episode was called Not Long Enough. The episode started with Fry, Leela, and Bender making a delivery for Planet Express. They never revealed exactly what they were delivering or where they were going, and everyone seemed to be upset about an unexplained event that had happened recently. Leela and Bender were angry at Fry, who kept apologizing but was coldly rejected by his friends, and eventually reached a planet that they seemed to have only one house surrounded by empty, desolate fields on all sides. They knocked on the door, and a grotesque alien that seemed to be very odd. They knocked on the door, and a grotesque alien that seemed to be very old answered. He took the box without a word. He opened it, took a knife out of it, and stabbed himself. The Planet Express crew didn't seem to find this odd or surprising. They simply left the body on the ground and walked away with their ship in silence. The next scene was of the Planet Express ship flying through space. A dissonant piece of music made of extremely loud instruments playing a very slow tune played in the background while the ship flew through the empty blank space. They finally reached Earth and landed on the deserted New York. They finally reached Earth and landed in a deserted New York. Fry started apologizing again as they walked through the empty streets. There was no sign of the Planet Express building, but Leela and Bender glared at him in silence. Fry gave up and separated from his friends. He walked for quite a while, never encountering a single person. He reached the cryogenics building where he had been frozen, looked inside, and began to cry. The crying went on for a few minutes before he entered the building. Fry went to look at one of the tubes, set the timer on it. Fry went to one of the tubes, set the timer on it to a huge number with more zeros than I could count, and locked himself in. The screen faded out, and when it came back into view, was entirely on Fry. The screen faded out, and when it came back, the view was entirely on Fry. The machine must have partially stopped working. The machine must have partially stopped working, as parts of Fry were decaying. Bone was poking through his skin in several places. Fry mumbled, "It's what I deserve," and climbed out of the freezing device. He was in a surreal, indescribable place. There were a huge variety of shapes and colors, but it wasn't bright or fanciful. It was closer to the faint colors you see if you close your eyes too hard. Fry started walking, the surreal void he was in seeming to go on and on. He kept walking for a few minutes. The colors kept making shapes you could kind of make out, but none of them were pleasant. After his long walk, Fry found a picture on the ground. It was completely out of place in his new environment. It looked like something drawn in the normal Futurama style. It was a photo of himself, Leela, and Bender. Fry looked at it for a few seconds before beginning to cry again. The picture soon turned to dust, and Fry continued walking. The view zoomed out until Fry couldn't see until the colors all blended together and turned to solid black. The view continued to zoom out, and we see that the black was a tiny fragment of pupil. The view continued to zoom out, and we see that the black was a tiny damn it! That is just a weird thing. The view continued to zoom out, and we see that the black void was a tiny fragment of the pupil in Fry's eye. His frozen body had fallen out of the freezing unit and was laying in an abandoned room. He was drawn in the same hyper-realistic style as Bart's corpse from the Simpsons episode, Dead Bart. Bender and Leela walked into the room. They saw what Fry had done to himself, and Leela said, "He got what he deserved." He checked her watch and said, "Looks like we need to leave for our next delivery." She took a knife out of her pocket, put it in a plain cardboard box, and headed to the ship. Credited to K.I. Simpson. Apparently. Or Kai Simpson? I don't know. Interesting. Nice short quick read. Alright, Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and save this one. Just have it on file. Wait, no. Do I actually have this? Hold on. I have to know. So that was a 2-page. Did I really have it? Hold on. Wait, what? Well, let's cancel that real quick. I gotta know. Oh shit, it is! So I do have this story. Holy shit. Hey, Caltuna.
Hmm?
Apparently I did have this story.
Ah!
Oh, man, what are the odds? Way back from 2013, when I was copying and pasting them.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so this is a fairly old story. I tried to save it, and it's like, oh, we're bringing up this one. I was like, oh, wait, I have that? So I was like, okay, I gotta know. Oh, that's crazy. That's insane. Alright, save project. Alright. Not long enough. Got any other suggestions? I know there's some really good classic ones. And there's also some obscure ones we found.
There's what was it? The one about the ghost Evie? Lonely?
Oh, Abandoned Loneliness?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good
That one made me sad, man.
It is sad! It's sad as fuck!
It made,
I think that was a long one, too. I don't remember how long. Let's see. Well, there's $1.wave. Did that one. Alright, so Abandoned Tenebrae. What was Abandoned Tenebrae? I thought I remembered that one. Is there a picture that I recognize? There is not. Come on. Yeah, here we go. Abandoned Loneliness. I haven't done this one, right? Let's see. Let me just check to make sure I haven't actually done this one. I just gotta be sure, man. Ugh. Horror creepypasta, okay. I need my playlists. Oh, there it is. It's only 43 videos of CreepyPasta. I'm pretty sure I haven't done Abandoned Loneliness, have I? What the fuck is... Why is Dragon Ball Z abridged in this playlist? That's not... It's not how that works. Alright, just one more check through. Essence of Sound. Front to God. Absol. Atheist on a Mission. No, I have not done it. Cool. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a classic. Why is it in this view? Why the fuck is it in this view? Text width? Jesus. There we go. Ah, dang. Alright, so if memory serves me right, This was a well-made one. Like, it was well written, you know. This is effectively 6 pages. Got it. Just check this side of things. Alright. Abandoned loneliness. Wait, is this part of it? Alright. Hello, all. I'm here to tell you about a bizarre Pokemon game that I once got my hands on. It's quite an odd story, but please, bear with me and listen up. So a while back, I got given a copy of Pokemon Leaf Green by a friend. She said she tried out the game, but fell bored of it very quickly. I could see just how quickly she got bored, as she had only 3 minutes of gameplay. She called her character Leaf. I guess maybe because of the game's title, Leaf Green. I wanted to play the new game, but I firstly wanted to see if she even bothered to leave Pallet Town and activate the event where Oak takes you to the lab and gives you a Pokemon. I start up the game to find that the player is laying in her bed in her bedroom. Except the bed is in the middle of the room. Everything in the room is missing except the TV and bed. And the left side of the floor is a dark color, while the other side is lighter. Also, the area's name is Emptiness, not Pallet Town. Perhaps she gave up on the game because of this weird change to the overworld. Oh yes, almost forgot to mention, no music was playing by this time. Before leaving the bed, I hit the start button which opened the menu. It turns out she did have a Pokemon, so I checked exactly what star Pokemon she chose was. To my surprise, it was actually a level 10 Eevee nicknamed Loneliness. I know Eevee is an impossible starter, but I couldn't help notice that the E was missing from the word loneliness. Maybe she didn't know the spelling of loneliness. I guess this might have been the case since she was very good at spelling. She wasn't very good at spelling. On closer inspections, the Eevee appeared to be sad instead of having a happy smile on its face. Its nature is lonely nature? And its attacks are as follows: Tackle, Screech, Grudge, and Nightmare. I left the bed. I make my way over to the TV. I pressed the A button to see if it would work. And it did. The text said, "You're not wanted here." Well, isn't that nice? Since I can't do anything in this room, I exit downstairs just like with upstairs. Since I can't do anything in this room, I exit downstairs. And just like with upstairs, the only thing in the room is a TV, except this time the tiles on the floor spell out the word "Go" with an exclamation mark. I check the TV and the text says, "Don't leave me." Well, I had no choice but to leave since there was nothing to do in this boring room, so I exit south to the waiting Pallet Town. I leave the house, and instead of being in Pallet Town, I am in some large, boggy place. The surrounding grass is colored red, and the house that I left is cut in half, with only the bottom part showing. There are gates surrounding the path, which prevents me from exiting, and the music that is playing is the music that plays in the abandoned mansion. And there is a path heading east. Before heading down the eastern path, I notice there is a signpost. I walk up to the signpost and hit the A button, revealing the text as V. Finally, there is another path going south, except I can't reach it because the gate prevents me from walking to it. I walked down the path for what seemed to be about 8 seconds when an NPC scrolls in. He appears to be standing on the gate, and his body is purely white, with a gaping mouth and blood trailing from his eyes. A very spooky sight, if I do say so myself. I am able to interact with the NPC, and he says, "Can't you do better?" Is he taunting me? Well, regardless, I continue down the path. The surrounding grass turns to black, but the red path is still there. I walk towards the end of the path where there is a small door. Walking into the door, I am taken off to a different map. I appear in a small school-like house with no blackboard and a small desk with a book on it. I walk up to the desk and check the book. He was so alone. His sorrow-filled eyes made me so unhealthy, so hurt. I wanted to help him. So I did. I had no clue who the author behind that book would be, but I shrugged it off. Another one of those white NPCs is standing beside the desk, so I walked up to him and spoke to him. He was so kind. His smile, his laugh, he said. Leaving the house, I am taken back to the previous map, except this time I am in the path heading south, which I could not reach before. I walked south down to the path to find where the letters faded on the I walked south down the path to find that there were some letters faded on the left side of the gate. The 5 white NPCs on the other side. With 5 white NPCs on the other side. The letters appeared to spell out the word friend, with a question mark under the 5 NPCs. Friend? Is what it says. Someone is questioning if someone else was a friend. As I continued south, the red grass changes to a pitch black. There is also a large body of water with green grass surrounding it. I walked my overworld sprite around the water and down the path. There is a door at the end of the path, and on the other side of the gates there are 2 letters. By the looks of things, an N and an O. I puzzled whether the overworld text I puzzled together the overworld text as friend? No. So this person or Pokemon wasn't a friend to someone else. After exiting through the door, I found myself in a very confined space with yet another white NPC standing at the end of a small room. When I spoke to him, he said, "Why wasn't he?" Well, see for yourself. By this point, I was greatly attached to this game, and was desperate to get to the end of it. I exit south, and I am taken to the Pokemon Tower. There's a single path, which I can follow, except I can't go outside the barrier of the gravestones. There are 3 white NPCs scattered around outside the gravestone barriers, and there is one on the path which I can speak to, who only says silence. Towards the end of the path, I find an NPC who isn't another one of those white NPCs, but the rival blue. He has stood in front of a golden gravestone. And is facing me. When spoken to him, he says, "No. Don't believe the ghosts. Run away before they get you." I was sort of confused. I was still trying to puzzle together this odd story, but now I wanted to find out what would happen next. I exit the Pokemon Tower and I'm in Lavender Town. The music changes to the Lavender Town theme and the town has little changes to it. It's raining, and the route going north, south, and west are blocked by wooden gates. I explore the town to find 3 more of those NPCs. Let's call them ghosts, since that's what Blue addressed them as. One of them is outside of the gate, so I'm unable to reach him. One has stood beside the Pokemon Center, and another has stood beside the main house in Lavender Town. The one beside the Pokemon Center says, "Oh, but we were having so much fun. Do you really want to deny us?" And the one beside the house says, "Kiki. Are you still going to believe the kid who betrayed loneliness?" That's it. I got it. So Blue abandoned the Eevee named Loneliness, but why? The only way to find out was to continue with this game. I entered the house beside the ghost to find a lot of stuff is missing. I entered the house beside the ghost to find that a lot of stuff is missing. There was a lass and a bug catcher sat at the table. I approached the girl, and she says, "This is frightening. I want to get out of this nightmare." I walked over to the bug catcher, and he says, "The ghost can't get in here. I wonder why." But wait, there's a third NPC in the house. Facing the window, it's the male protagonist, Red. "Leaf, you okay?" No, you're not. Run, now! You have to discover the truth." And with that, I leave the house just as Red commanded. The next overworld map is a Pokemon fan club. The next overworld map is the Pokemon fan club in Vermilion City. Except the people are missing and there is a fog here. May I also mention that the Lavender Town theme continues to play? I walk deeper into the house to find a ghost is stood beside the kind of glitchy patch of blocks. The ghost says, "Right this way. Not like you have a choice." How very true. I walk back to the bundle of blocks, but nothing happens and I appear trapped. And then I try walking back south, when I am teleported off of the Pewter City. I then try walking back south. When I am teleported off to the Pewter City Gym, with no one there but Brock. The fog is still in effect as I walk up to Brock and speak with him. "TRUTH," he says demandingly as I am thrown into battle with him. At last, lively music. Brock only has 3 Pokemon, each at level 2. He sends out his first one, which is a Bulbasaur, named Ghosts. As I sent out my Eevee Loneliness, I easily KO the Bulbasaur? I easily KO the Bulbasaur with a tackle as he switches into I easily KO the Bulbasaur with tackle as he switches to a Charmander named Tricked. The process repeats and he switches to his final Pokemon, which is a Squirtle named Him. While knocking out the last Pokemon, I notice together they say Ghosts tricked him. With that, I win the battle, and Brock scrolls in, saying, "Continue." Handing me the boulder badge, Brock's text ends with a bundle of exclamation points, and we are taken back to the overworld. Kiki. Leaf received TM39 from Brock. Ghost tricked him. He is waiting. Be gone. Brock says. I exit the gym and I am taken to the gate which leads up to Victory Road. There are no edits here at all. I am able to pass through the gate. No edits? There are no edits here at all. I am able to pass through the gate due to having the boulder badge. Shit. I exit out of the house of the Fuchsia City, which is placed on the path that leads you to the cycling road. Instantly, I notice the text on the top corner which says, "You will perish." The city seemed to be glitched and wrecked. It is raining and no music plays. Heading eastward down to the path, I see 2 ghosts. The one closest to the house I exited says, "Take in the air while you still can, ki." And the one next to him says, "Your time is almost up." The path continues eastward and I can't go north due to some glitched blocks. blocking the way. I keep walking eastward towards the city gate only to find that it's blocked by 3 uninteractable signs and a ghost. The ghost says, "When you find out the truth, you shall join loneliness forever, and you shall experience our being." There's a cat. I explore around the remote city to find Blue standing at the southern east part of the city. When I approach him, he says, "Leaf, I abandoned Evie after my Raticate died. The ghost tricked me into it. So I..." Cat, why? You can stop. It's already dead. So I have found out Blue to be the fool he is. I continue with this story, going through the only door in this town that will work, which is the house I entered the city from. Entering the house, I am taken off to the Pokemon Tower. I am trapped in a single, 1-block space, surrounded by gravestones, with 3 ghosts stood around me. From this point onward, there is truly nothing to do, so I switched off the game. A few months passed since my encounter with this very odd game. I haven't picked it up since, switching it off as soon as I forget about it. I left it under my bed in a small box of games, not playing it until one Friday afternoon. When my mother was cleaning my bedroom, I got back from college and went up to my room to see her moving the box from under my bed and placing it on the bed. "Sorry, dear. I won't be too long," she said as she continued to clean my room. I took the box, gave my mother a hug, and went back downstairs, grabbing my DS Lite on the way. I threw myself onto the sofa and opened up the small box to find a bundle of different games. Which one to play? I looked around in the box until I saw a small green game card. I always say cartridge. I look around in the box until I saw a small green game card hidden under all the other games. It was that weird Pokemon Leaf game that I hadn't played in so long. I remembered being stuck in Pokemon Tower, but I was eager to play this game just for the old times. Upon going to the title screen, I found that there was a new file named Sorrow, which had a gameplay time of 10 minutes. From what I remember, the last file was called Leaf, but whatever. Selecting the file, I am taken into the game. I am in the school building facing the eastern wall, and in the top corner it says the map's name, which is Neglect. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Also a ghost stood at the blackboard. I checked to see if I still had the Eevee named Loneliness, but instead I have Banette. I have a Banette named Unwanted at level 18. The sprite of Banette is missing its arms. Its right eye is a black void, and there is a trail of blood from its left eye. It also appears to be frowning, with a modest nature, and met in at level 18. Its moveset was Curse and Grudge, except Grudge is fresh out of PP. Oh, yes, and it also had the ability Drizzle, which summons rain when entered into battle. I speak to the ghost and an Eevee cry is heard as she says, I speak to the ghost and an Eevee cry. Oh, goddamn. I speak to the ghost and an Eevee cry is heard as he says, "Where did loneliness go? Ki. I exit the house and I am in a fairly large area. with a gate surrounding the area, and 3 ghosts stood outside the gates to the north, all staring at the house all staring at the house I just exited. The grass is red like earlier in the game, and I found 3 signposts in another house, along with one of those people you see at the Pokemon Tower wandering around. Damn it. Alright, just check something. You okay? I interact with the signpost which is left of the I interact with the signpost which is to the left of the blah blah. I interact with the signpost which is left to I interact with the signpost which is to the left of the house I left, and it says, "He brought Leaf here." I go to the signpost which is directly right of the house, and this one says, "Trainer Tips." It was my only choice. I had to. I just had to. And the final signpost south of that one says, "Trainer Tips. She left me as well." Trainer Tips. She left me as well? Before approaching the final signpost, I decided to speak with the person. She said, "Loneliness." And I am given a yes-no answer. I didn't quite follow what she meant, so I chose no, and she says, "Don't lie." I try again, this time selecting yes, and she says, "Why did you?" Okay, so from what I gather, Leaf also neglected this Eevee, just like Blue did. I explored the second house to find that I am in a Pokemon Center, with a fog in effect. Behind the counter is a Mew and a Ghost, both of them saying... Silence. At the stairs leading to the top floor is a male trainer Red. I walked my character over to him. Oh, fuck. I walked my character over to him, and he says, "I don't know you." What? We met in Lavender Town. Maybe he was saying that because Leaf abandoned Eevee as well. I go up the stairs and I'm teleported to Route 22, right outside the gate. It's raining. The grass is red like earlier. The map's title is Look, and the music changes to the Abandoned Mansion theme. I try entering the League building, except the doors won't budge, so I chose to follow the path that would lead me to Viridian City. While following the path, I pass a signpost. Upon interacting with the signpost, I hear an Eevee cry as the text displays the words, "Radicate died." Radicate died. It doesn't notice me still. Radicate died. He doesn't notice me still. Oh, fuck. The wall which you can normal hop over is changed to a gate, and on the other side of the gate spells the word, "Look." I continue around the path until I get to an area where I cannot pass due to gates blocking the way. On the other side of the gate, there appears to be another word formation. This time it says E. Just a little north from there is a small door on the cliffside. Where I'm able to enter. I'm taken to a room where in the center there are tiles spelling out the letter E. So that's 2 E's I've seen now. To the north of the room, I see Professor Oak. I try walking past him, but he stops me and says, "Loneliness isn't the only one." What? And sends me back. I walk back to where I entered. I exit through where I was warped off to the cave named Loneliness. By the looks of things, I am at the northwest part of By the looks of things, I'm at the northwest part of Mount Moon. The music ends to silence, and the cave is filled with fog. I walk south where I find a signpost, and just like the previous signpost, I hear an Eevee cry as I interact with it. I feel so unwanted, says the signpost. I continued walking south where I am met with Blue, and he says he was nothing but a curse. The screen fades to black and fades back in, and Blue is nowhere to be seen. I choose to explore the cave a bit, walking eastward from where I spoke to Blue. Suddenly the room changes as if I exited through a ladder. From what I gather, I am in a lower part of the cave with a large pathway, shaped like a C. As I walk around the path, I find a third E written on the ground. I head towards the end of the path to a waiting ladder, where I exit out of the cave into a route with a single pathway where I exit out of the cave onto a single blah blah blah. Get a little sippy sip. Where was it? Where I exit out of the cave onto a route with a single pathway heading east. Similar to the first path of the game, except I'm surrounded by endless cave walls instead of gates. The music begins to play as I noticed its Lavender Town theme song. There was a signpost here, and as I interact with it, I hear an Eevee cry as the text appears on screen. I'm not a curse. Towards the end of the path, I find a single path of grass, and as soon as I step into the grass, I am engaged in battle. A level 10 Eevee scrolls in, but instead of saying it saying Wild Eevee appeared, it says Loneliness looks sad. I send out my level 18 Banette and Drizzle is activated. Since the Banette is fresh out of Grudge PP, I have no choice but to use Curse. Unwanted used Curse. Unwanted wants Wild Loneliness to suffer. Wild Loneliness used Grudge. Wild Loneliness is bearing its emotions. Rain continues to fall. Wild Loneliness is feeling agonizing pain. Since I can't use any other attack, the battle just continues with that until Loneliness finally faints from the curse, except it says Wild Loneliness died. My Banette gained some experience and gained some experience and I am sent back to the overworld. Ugh. This time it's raining. The map's name is Suffer. There is no music playing, the grass patch is missing, and the door on the wall is above me. There is no music playing, the grass patch is missing, there is a door on the wall above me, and the overworld sprite of my character has changed. Her body is completely white, her eyes are red, and she has red markings on her hands. I checked my trainer card to see if her sprite matches her overworld sprite. I checked my Pokemon to see if I still have my Banette, but it's back to full HP and Curse is back up to 1010 PP. But Grudge is still at 05 PP. I go through the door and I appear outside Lavender Town's Pokemon Tower. The grass has changed to red. It's still raining. The berries have changed from the wooden ones to the white ones, and they are also closer, leaving me a little less space to explore. The Pokemon Tower's door is missing. The music kicks in as the Pokemon Tower theme. There are 4 signposts beside the tower in order. I read each one from top to bottom, as their text is as follows. Why didn't you listen to me? Now you're cursed. You could have saved us both. Do you regret? I remember the signpost before the battle with loneliness said, "I'm not a curse," and before that the signpost consistently labeled loneliness as a bad curse. This led me to believe that it was loneliness who was speaking through the signpost. Outside of the barriers are 3 ghosts, and when I explore the house there is no one in them. However, in the last house I check, which is the one most south However, in the last house I check, which is the one most southwest, I find that the tiles are white with E written in the floor in green. Also, there is a cubone stood on the letter E. Which I approach the cubone and interact with it. It says, 4th letter E. I exit the house and I appear back in the bedroom from the game. I exit the house and I appear back in the bedroom from the start of the game, except the bed is missing and there is a letter V on the floor. I interact with the TV and it says the following: E, E, V, E, E. Put the E where it belongs. 4 E's and a letter V, spelling out Evie. I head downstairs and the only thing in the room is another TV. I interact with it and it says, "You no longer exist. You have no purpose. But maybe you can ask for forgiveness." I leave the house and I am in Pallet Town. There is another change to the overworld sprite as I am another but There is another change to the overworld sprite as I am nothing but 2 red eyes and a red mouth. Stood in front of me looking up at me are red and blue. I first decide to check if my trainer card has changed. 4 minutes of gameplay, no sprite, and the name had changed from Sorrow to Look. I then check my party to see I have a faceless level 10 Eevee named Put to Rest. Its nature is modest, and its only move is Guillotine. I speak to Red and he says, "Where is Leaf? Where is Loneliness?" Right away I noticed that the word loneliness had its missing letter E placed back. Right away I noticed that the word loneliness had its missing letter E placed back in it. I then speak to Blue and he says, Leaf got the brunt of the curse. It's all my fault." Just below them is a signpost, and when I interacted with it, I heard an Eevee cry, followed by the text, "Loneliness was put to rest. Rest in peace." As soon as the RIP appears on screen, the credits music from the Ruby Sapphire Emerald plays, and I am locked into the text and unable to leave it. The music would play until the end, and once it did, I am sent right back to the start of the game, where I have the level 10 Eevee named Loneliness. I understand the story now, but do you understand the story? All right. That's a good one. I like that one. It's one of those long form things. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this. Abandoned loneliness. This how you spell loneliness. All right. Bye, Danae boy. Danae boy. Excuse me. All right. Go ahead and get a new. Alright, so it's just a few minutes. Let's see if we can't find another one to do after the break. It's looking alright on that end. Okay. Alright, which one was I looking at? I was looking at one a bit earlier that I thought about doing. I said I already did Absol. Link's awakening, Link's sleeping, Lavender Town, fearing the unknown, Jack the Ripper, Forgotten Ones. Let's go to the little bit shorter, little bit shorter. King of the Hill Lost episode. There you go. Some of the good ones are about 3 pages, I think. Lots of reviews. I saw one. What was I saying earlier? That would have been fun to do. Oh, Abandoned Tenebrae. That's right. Abandoned Tenebrae was one of the ones I was gonna look at. Chill. Alright, so like I don't remember. I thought I remember reading this one because for a while I was reading them just in order. Uh, it's another gaming creepypasta. It looks like. Uh, I'm not seeing anything specific. Uh, no, but let's go ahead and do it. I should do it. Why? Why is that the view you give? Shit, dude. Okay. Alright, so I think I'll go ahead and take a little bit of a break, get a little recharge. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up. So about to take an intermission. Feel free to go to the bathroom to get your snacks and stuff. Feel free to take care of whatever you need. I'll be back in about 5, 10, 20 minutes. All right. All right, and we're back. Got my new cup of tea. Minty. All right. So, let's go ahead and pull up our assets. All right. This is going to be Abaddon Tenebrae, which I know I've scrolled past it. I want to think I've read this before. There's a lot of space in between the different sections, so I don't know what else. You know, I think if you were actually to compress this, it'd be like a 5-page read, maybe. Something like that. In any case, I think it's okay and safe to go ahead and get started. Oh, don't get me started. See what you did? You got me started. You know who to blame for some of these jokes. Jackasses. Alright. Abaddon Tenebrae. Abaddon Tenebrae. I'm not crazy. I know I've said it a million times to my doctors, to my parents, to my friends, but I have to keep saying it until I'm sure that nobody will help me. In this moment, I'm in a cell with soft walls. Everything is light green. The bed and its sheets, the door, and there isn't any other furniture. If I have to go to the bathroom, I have to call a nurse. Way over my head, there is a small window where sunlight enters and sometimes the sound of the streets. Besides that, I'm alone. Very alone. My parents don't come as often to see me. My friends are the same story. I'm writing this with a pencil Dr. Garcia forgot. I'm writing this with a pencil Dr. Director. Oh no. Son of a bitch. I'm writing this with a pencil Dr. Garcia forgot. I hid it under my pillow. It also took me a few days to gather 6 napkins where It also took me a few days to gather 6 napkins where I'll write my story. When I'm done, I'll fling them through the window. You, whoever you are, dear reader, will pick them up, put them in order, read them carefully, and if you decide to believe me, you'll help me. You'll be kind enough to come to the hospital, talk to the doctors, and tell them I didn't invent a thing. That the game exists. Talk to the doctors and tell them that I didn't invent a thing. That the game exists and that I must finish it, or in a few days, they'll have to bury my empty and punished body. Everything started the afternoon my friend Humphrey obtained a CD with a game called Abaddon. Everything started the afternoon my friend Humphrey obtained a CD with a game called Abaddon 1. How did he get it? It's a mystery for me. He had said that it was among pirated copies. He had said that it was among pirated copies of some DVDs his sister bought, although the CD of the game was original. The point is that when I played it for the first time, my life changed for the worse. Get that to stay away. Jesus. Gerard, damn, cat, why? Gerard, you have to see this. Humphrey had called me. What is it? A new game. It is a new game. It is I can't even explain it. I'm doing my homework. Tell me what I'm doing my homework. Tell me what it is. I'm doing my homework. Tell me what it's about or I won't go. Then don't come. I should have done that. I should have I should have finished my homework. After a few minutes trying to concentrate, I gave up. I grabbed my jacket and I got to his house at the other side of the street. What is it about? I asked when I sat with him in front of the computer. He didn't even need to explain. What I saw was stunning. End of the first napkin. The screen of the computer showed our street. Everything was on fire. The houses, the cars, the gardens, everything was exactly as the real street. Hundreds of... Psst! Knock it off! No! Damn it! Hey! Knock it off. Naughty. Ah, kids. All the kids. The mad puss. Alright. Hundreds of black demons were flying over the destruction. There was many corpses on the pavement. I even recognized some of my own neighbors among them. Oh, excuse me. But how did you... I tried to ask. Don't ask me. Humphrey was trying to kill demons using the spacebar of his keyboard. He moved the shotgun left and right with the arrow keys and fired blue rays. The demons were disappearing. Hey! Knock it off, okay? No. Naughty. Naughty. Leave him alone. Leave Chow alone.
Wow.
Cats. Cats happened.
Of course.
No, Momo wouldn't leave Chow alone.
Okay.
Chow's in the cubby.
Uh,
Yeah.
Damn it all, I have.
Damn yous! Damn yous all down! Oh, shit. Oh, fuck, damn it. Okay. Pop filter, come on. He moved the shotgun left and right with the arrow keys and fired blue rays. The demons were disappearing, yes, but others kept appearing on the sky. They were like furious gargoyles. Humphrey got out of our street and continued to kill demons in front of the supermarket. Then the clouds opened and the new demon appeared. This time it was red and humongous. This is the bad guy of this level, he said. It is a tough boss. I saw Humphrey fighting until he lost all his lives and the known words appeared. Game over. This is awesome, I said. Why is it so real? I don't know. I just wrote my name and my birth date. I took the keyboard. With the mouse I clicked on New Game. Then effectively there was a space to write the full name. I did it and pressed Next. It asked me for my birth date. I wrote it and the game processed the information. Finally, the loading bar disappeared and a new image appeared. This time of a sheet of parchment with an elegant calligraphy. Gerard Manrique, United States American, Tennessee, Nashville, Libra with Pisces ascendant. 4698131. Wow, awesome! I exclaimed. Shut up and keep going. Press enter. The typical license agreement appeared. The part where it says that one shouldn't copy the software and all that stuff. Press that you agree. Humphrey indicated me. I did. The game started. It was curious that the character was standing just in front of the door of my house. This is really awesome. A demon appeared flying over me, but I shot it. Then another, and another. The best thing is that one felt the urge of killing them. Our neighbor Lillian entered the screen with her bike. A demon went towards her and I killed it, but then more and more approached until I couldn't save her. Poor Lillian. Calcinated in the middle of the street. It didn't take long before I died. It took like 5 minutes, but it still was an excellent game. The best scores appeared. Humphrey Gordon, 4604-7 in the first places. Humphrey Gordon, 4604-7 in the first places. Gerard Manson, 4698131, almost last. What are those numbers? I don't know. I guess the game invents them. This is like Google Earth, watching yourself from your house from space, isn't it? Yes, I think they use that map to make a copy of every street in the world. Pretty cool, huh? My palms are sweating. This was by much the best game I had ever played. Humphrey had a hunch of what I was thinking in that moment. The math exam, he suddenly said. What? I made a copy of the game for you, but its price is the math exam. You'll give me your answers? Deal. After I exited his house, there was only one thing centered my... After I exited his house, there was only thing that centered my attention. After I exited his house, there was only one thing that centered my attention. Lillian was with her bike. I had goosebumps, as she was in the exact place where, in the game, the demons had attacked and turned her into ashes. It was nice to see her alive and playing. End of the second napkin. I immediately inserted the disc in my computer, and although the game asked for information again, the license agreement didn't appear. I didn't care about that. I played until near midnight because I couldn't believe how good it was. I had explored every place of the neighborhood. I even entered my school and shot the demons from there. The red demon always appeared, and I always fought him, but I lost every time. Gerard, you better not be playing. Mom's voice made me finally turn off the computer and go to sleep. The next day after school, I played again, and the situation repeated every day until the weekend. The problem is that I couldn't kill the red demon with anything, not even locking myself in my room for the whole Saturday and Sunday. I started to suspect that the game only had one level. Monday, I told that to Humphrey once I saw him in the school. I don't play it anymore. I got bored of it, he said. Besides, I've been feeling sick lately, and the computer gives me headaches. I was disappointed. It wasn't a common game, and Humphrey was my only friend. I had to play it by myself, but there was something more I wanted to ask him. Lend me the original disc. Why? He said, holding his belly, looking like this... He said, holding his belly and looking to the sights with anguish. It seemed like something in the environment caused him fear. I want to find information on the internet. I want to find the information in the internet. I can't defeat the devil and I'm desperate. It has been a whole week and I can't get past it. In the afternoon, I went to his house for the disc. My friend was really sick. He had a fever and his eyes were bloodshot. You should go to the hospital, I told him. I did, but the doctor said I'll be fine soon, because I'm not sick. He gave me the disc and left me alone. The truth is that there wasn't much on the disc. It had Abaddon 1 on top, Tenebrae on the bottom, and a sequence of numbers and letters in the middle. 4QRTPP. No trademark or creator. I started to feel that there was something wrong. In Google, I first searched for Abaddon 1. I'm assuming this is Abaddon 1, not Abaddon I. There was a lot of results for the rock band that was called Abaddon. The information about Abaddon, boss of the demons of the seventh hierarchy, known as the... Then information about Abaddon, boss of the demons of the seventh hierarchy, known as the Exterminator. But nothing about the game. I searched for Tenebrae, and the only thing that I learned was... that it was something that is used to make games where you're on the character's phone. Okay. I searched for Tenebrae, and the only thing I learned was that it is something that is used to make games where you're on the character's point of view. God damn it. I searched for Tenebrae, and the only thing I learned is that... Maybe? I searched for Tenebrae, and the only thing that I learned is that it is something that is used to make the games where you're on the character's point of view. As a last option, I searched the letters and numbers. Nothing appeared. I went to bed thinking soon I would get tired of that game. End of the third napkin. The next day, our teacher gave us the bad news. Almost everyone cried, and I couldn't believe it. I had been to his house less than a day ago. I had many things that he had lent me when he was young. When we was young, okay. I had many things that he had lent me when we were young kids, and I never bothered to return. His Max Steel figure, some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, his marble collection. It was impossible. After school, I ran to his house, but nobody opened the door. Mom later told me that everyone had gone to the funeral. She asked me if I wanted to go, but I was too shocked. I denied the offer, and she understood. Looking for something to distract myself, I decided to play the game we had enjoyed in the last week. But it was worse in the long term. I still wasn't capable of killing the demon, so it made me sadder. Then I suddenly had the idea of searching everything on Google. Abaddon 1 Tenebrae 4QRTPP. Abaddon 1 Tenebrae 4QRTPP. There was only one result. A page in Romania. It had .ru at the end. I think that's Russia. Whatever. That only had a line of white text over the black background. An email account. I booted my email account and sent a message to that person. It was a very short message. I want information of Abaddon 1. In that moment, I looked through the window. Humphrey's parents were returning to their house. In that moment, I looked through the window. Humphrey's parents were returning to their house. They were dressed in black, and they were crying. I felt terrible. I didn't know how a 13-year-old boy could die so fast. When I returned to the computer, there wasn't any reply from the email account, so I started to play other games, racing games, and Civilization. 3 days later, I played Abaddon again. Then I found a horrible detail. It was like the fourth time I started the game. In the window of Humphrey's room, In the window of Humphrey's room, in the virtual house of the game, I saw a boy's face. A sad boy that never stopped looking at me. I kept looking at the image until a demon attacked me with its fire and I died. When the game over words appeared, I closed the game. My heart was beating too fast. When Abaddon closed, a notification told me that I had many unread messages. God. Damn. Okay. When Abaddon closed, a notification told me that I had many unread messages. I wanted to distract myself with my messages. but it was impossible. Between two unread messages, there was one that came from the Romanian account. I clicked it. Now, it wasn't just about understanding the game, about defeating the demon and that stuff, but also how I had to understand what I had seen. The information is on the cross. That was the whole message. In Spanish, my mother language. I didn't understand its meaning. There were no crosses in the game, unless I had underestimated the software from the beginning, and it were an adventure-type game. There were no crosses in the game, unless I had underestimated the software from the beginning, and it was an adventure game and not just an action game. I probably had to explore more, to solve some riddle, to interact with other characters. I decided to try again and do the only thing that seemed logical, run towards the nearest church. I tried not to encounter the demons. I focused on running. However, once I approached the church, I noted that I was constantly repelled. Like if it had a force pushing me out. I waited until I was killed by the fire. Nothing else happened. I turned off the computer and looked through the window. I observed Humphrey's window, at the other side of the street. The curtains didn't move. His bed was spotless. I went to sleep, but during that week I had horrible nightmares. And every time I woke up from them. I couldn't avoid running to the window to look at the other side of the street. I wasn't sure if I would see the eyes of the sad boy that used to be my partner in football games and video games. End of the fourth napkin. A few days later, my parents noted that something wasn't right. What is Rignet Abaddon? Mom asked after dinner. Why? I asked, fearful. I didn't even know what that meant. Because you have yelled it several times in your dreams, son. Did you see any scary movie recently, or is it related to Humphrey? I didn't know what to say, but I noticed I couldn't let this pass. I went to my room and broke the original disc. Then I did the same with my copy. And when I was about to uninstall the game from my computer, I understood. I started the game. I couldn't avoid looking at my friend's house in the screen. His face seemed like he wanted to say something from afar, but it was obvious that it was impossible. The demons started their attack, and I did the only thing I knew I had never done before. I opened up the door behind me and entered my house. I was scared. Everything inside the house was identical to my real-life house. It was even dark, so I walked through the hallway to the stairs. I noted that behind the door of my room, somebody was playing with the computer. As you may imagine, I decided not to enter, and I, in real life, decided not to look towards the door. Then, inside the game, I went to the only cross in my house. There is in my parents' room. There is one in my parents' room. There, in front of it, the secret was revealed. Bright blue letters was floating in front of... Damn it, what the hell? The grammar in some of these is not best. Bright blue letters were floating in front of it. The first The first number is the distance from the darkness to the day of the... The first number is the distance from the darkness to the day of the contract. The second number is the day from the day of the contract into the darkness. When Abaddon is defeated, the original date is returned. That was all. I stared at the message for such a long time, trying to figure out its meaning, that I almost didn't see the bow under the cross. I stared at the message for such a long time, trying to figure out its meaning, that I almost didn't see the bow under the cross. A shiny blue bow with only one arrow. I knew with that arrow I could defeat Abaddon. I looked at the clock in the computer. It was half an hour past midnight. How did I spend so long on this? What contract? What was that about the darkness? I left my computer and ran towards my parents' room. They were sleeping. There wasn't anything under the cross, nor any words hovering over it. I started crying. Son, are you okay? Fucking ice maker. Yes, Mom, I had another bad dream. End of the 5th napkin. I returned to my room, but heard my parents conversating, clearly worried. In the screen, one of the demons had entered my house. In the screen, one of the demons had entered the house, killed me, and destroyed the bright bow. Game over. The red letters over the black background announced. The next day, I didn't want to go to school. I told my mom I didn't feel well. I spent the day entering the game and returning to the cross. The bow wasn't around, nor was Humphrey's face. The demons kept attacking me as a routine. I didn't feel like defending. Very upset, I messaged the email account from Romania. I only got a reply when in my query I added the words to the game had given me. Libra with Pisces, Ascendant, 4698-131. You're so young, Libra. You're so young, Libra, the owner of the account replied in the first message. How do you know? I'm almost 14, I responded. The first number separates you from the first darkness. That means the number of days since your birth. He replied in the second message. I almost faint. It wasn't hard to suppose that the second number meant Humphrey had obtained a 7th. What? I almost fainted. It wasn't hard to suppose what the second number meant. Humphrey had obtained a 7. I felt like crying. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, are you freezing on me? Oh no. Wait, is everything good? Am I still streaming? Did I cut out? Hello? Oh. I don't know what that was, but that was scary. Oh. I hate that shit. Anyway. It was the contract? I asked. The starting clauses when you played for the first time, didn't you read them? You liberated your original date for the one Abaddon would give you. My original date? The day of your death. Abaddon chooses another one to give some emotion to the game. When you defeat the Exterminator, he gives you back your original date. And then, the game is over. You're lucky, Libra. Not everyone has 131 days to defeat him. Then a demon entered through the window. It didn't attack me with fire, it just started to torment me, crawling on my back and hurting me with its claws and teeth. My screams alarmed my mother. Gerard, what is happening? Gerard, what is happening? Where does it hurt? The next day, I was brought here, to this hospital room where at least the demons aren't tormenting me. They only fly through the sky, with their eyes on me. Sometimes, just sometimes, they peek through the window. I'm running short. If you think it's worth it, dear reader, make whatever you... I'm running short. If you think it is worth it, dear reader, make whatever you can, so I'm allowed to go back to the game and finish Abaddon. I know there is some other cross with a bright bow, so I can end it. I'm scared. I'm tired, and feel so alone. End of the sixth napkin. This was a group of 6 napkins that were found in the gardens of a child psychiatric hospital and given by Dr. George Garcia, specialist, to the parents of Gerard Manrique a few days after his death. Notes: the existence of this game was never confirmed. The only known detail of the story is a strange conversation between a minor and a stranger in Romania via email. The parents, about this fact, remarked that they ignored their son could write and read antique Latin. Okay. That was fun. There we go. Yeah, that was definitely interesting. That's a good one. I wish it was a little better written, but anyone can write these stories. To make them good is its own thing. It's definitely not something I'm gonna worry about. Man, as much as I would love to do NES Godzilla, it would just be a fucking eternity. That'd be like a whole live stream. I should make an effort to do that one day. Because there is just so much shit. And it's also really well done in that someone actually made all these little screenshots and everything. Just that way you can see it properly. Like, and you don't have to worry about visualizing it yourself. My god, it's amazing. And I think someone even made a mild animation. Like, cause like I think all of this is edited. Like they made all these so that way. Like I'm sure some of these were created by playing the game, but I don't know how much. But it's like there is still so much going on. And I remember it's a really interesting and fun one, and I like it. Um, they do a bunch of creative stuff, and that's what I really like about it. And even though it's kind of cheesy that the whole thing is that they're constantly compelled to do all this shit, I mean, it's still really cool. Ooh, I know some people who would be really freaked out from this. Some of my friends, like, I would definitely be using all this stuff just to creep them out. And like all these little pictures are just so cool. Like and I mean it's okay, so it's NES, right? it's not hard to do NES games, right? You know? But, like, just all this stuff going on. Well edited, well rendered pictures that don't exist in the game that he had to create himself and create really well. Like, this is all stuff that doesn't actually exist, and I don't know if he got them from anywhere else or not, or if he actually handmade a bunch of this. If he handmade it, my god, these pictures are cool. That's badass. I think I've seen that flame before, but that's not saying too much. And I have played a little bit of this. Um, I did play this too because of how interesting I was with this. So I did play the actual NES Godzilla, and it was all right. It's just it's problematic. Honestly, it would be interesting to see the AVGN nerd tackle this. Look at all that life. Gets stronger and stronger. It's a really creepy fucking face. And then you have this thing. I think it was that it just had a bunch of different forms. And that was what made it hard. But I want to think like one of the big things about this game was you didn't have to do. He didn't have to like. He wanted to keep playing it. He didn't have to. I think, but excuse me. But I don't remember. But he, Jeff the Killer, Jane the Killer, audio play. Oh, it's a play. Oh, ooh, that would be a fun one. Ooh, that would be a fun one. I should do that sometime with someone. I could get a few voices for that. For the one with my wife would probably play a good Jane. Yeah, I gotta try that sometime. Excuse me. Wait. Just my eyes deceive me, or did I see Polybius? That's a good one that I recommend. It's a good story. Uh, I should have that one. Hold on, let me go back down here. Because I don't remember that one being that big. But just to make sure. Pokemon. Pokemon. I thought I'd scrolled past it. I'm not sure I want to do that one. No, I did Jeff the Killer. It's a classic. Okay. All right, let's see if I can find it. I think I want to do Polybius. Now it's already come up in mind. I thought I saw it. I didn't apparently. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. We're gonna see if we can find it here first, and we're gonna take care of it. Problem solved. Problem staying solved. Rangers lead the way. Okay. Jeffy's back. Oh no. Maybe it was a really short one, but I thought it was a couple pages. It was like a 2-pager. No, no, we're not. Come on. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Hell yeah. Uh, okay. Yeah, I want to do Polybius. Okay. You guys like this shit? Polybius. Polybius. Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade. Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game released in 1981. The game was created by a mysterious company called Sinnesloken. Sinneslotion. German for sense deletion. It was a puzzle slash shoot 'em up. It was a puzzle slash shoot 'em up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released a few months. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposedly very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares or even develop amnesia. Some even committed suicide. Others stopped playing the video games altogether. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game activist. According to the one owner of the arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on gameplay. Because of this, the leading theory is that it was one. Because of this, the leading theory. Because of this, the leading theory is that it was some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity as around 1 month after its release, all of the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet reappeared in an arcade in 1998. It quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. Oh. Sinneslotion. The game can be found available for download at Sinneslotion website. http://www.sinneslotion.com/1.php. In the media. Since its urban legend flowered into a phenomenon that it is now, there has been many alleged sightings of the Polybius game, as well as a few short videos about it. The screenshot. As in the only screenshot, it says solution. Sinneslotion. It says Sinneslotion. Thanks to Google Translate, it means since delete. Possibly this could explain the amnesia. Okay, I think it stops here at no one has ever found the original ROM. So I think that's where it really truly stops. Because there's not really anything else. This is a game theory, and yeah, okay. Dark Wall Theory, Polybius, but okay. Fair enough, fair enough. So it's like a 2-pager, 2.5. Into reality. Now, don't you find it interesting that Polybius is, in and of itself, spelled correctly? Makes you wonder. The government always knew about it. Do do do. All right. Yeah. There we go. Okay. All right. Now we need another. Now we need another one. Suppose if we really want to, we could do the Dead Bart one, but Alright, time to find another one. Markiplier, the CreepyPasta. Marky Moo! Aw, man. Uh, Lavender Town Syndrome. Soothing Tones, Lavender's Tune. Wasn't there... It says my experience, but I believe Lavender Town Syndrome is just... should be isolated. Lavender. Alright, it shouldn't take long. Why has it got to be this kind of view? There we go. Alright. Here we go. How long is this? Oh, Jesus, look at all of them. Just do all the Lavender Town ones. Alright, so this is a very short read. Okay. Yeah, I'll do this one. I like this one. Alright, anything else going on right now? No. Alright. So let's see, we got a bunch of good ones on. So now we're gonna do Lavender Town Syndrome. That's an old classic creepypasta. Supposedly based on true events. Supposedly. But I guess we'll see how far that goes. Alright, getting ready. Let's go ahead and take a sip. Lavender Town Syndrome. The Lavender Town Syndrome, also known as Lavender Town Tone or Lavender Town Suicides, was a peak in suicides and illness of children between the ages of 7 and 12, shortly after the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996. Rumors say these suicides and illness only occurred after the children playing the game reached Lavender Town, whose theme music had extremely high frequencies that studies showed that only children and young teens can hear, since their ears were not fully developed. Due to the lavender tone, at least 200 children supposedly committed suicide, and many more developed illnesses and afflictions. The children who committed suicide usually did so by hanging or jumping from heights. Those who did not acted irrationally complained of severe headaches after listening to Lavender Town's theme. Although Lavender Town now sounds differently depending on the game, the mass hysteria was caused by the first Pokemon game released. After the Lavender Town incident, the programmers had fixed Lavender Town's theme music to be at lower frequency, and since children were no longer affected by it. And since then, children were no longer affected by it. One video appeared in 2010 using special software to analyze the audio of Lavender Town's music. When played, the software created images of unknown near the end of the audio. This raised a controversy, since the unknown didn't appear until Generation 2 games, Silver, Gold, and Crystal. The unknown translate to "leave now." There's also the said beta version of Lavender Town. It is said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids. It is said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released. It was said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to the It was said that the beta version of Pocket Monsters was released to some kids to test the games. This is the video of the beta version of Lavender Town. Alright, so it's going to stop up. Okay, so I'll probably cut this out. Yeah, I'd cut it after right here, where it says to some kids to test the games. Alright. Always a classic. Always one I like to hear. Lavender Town Syndrome. Cool. I mean, relatively. Like, horrible things happen, but good story. That's how we do, right? Okay. Next story. What are we doing?
Am I making too much noise over here?
Do what to who now?
Am I making too much noise?
I mean, there's always going to be noise. I can just retake lines. I'm not having any problems. You're not causing me problems. I'm not. Don't yell at me, woman. I'll kick you in the buttocks.
You know what? I have no retort for that. And you know why, so I'm just gonna shut up and sit over here.
Well, do you have another creepypasta? I just did Lavender Town Syndrome.
What about Mario.exe?
Mario.exe?
Yeah.
Uh, let's see if I got it here. Is it Super Mario 64 Mario.exe?
It might be. It's been a while. I apologize.
Do you remember the gist of it?
Essentially, it was a game that had Mario, I believe, going after his brother.
There's prologue, part 1, part 2. Quick skim. Mansion has red blood over it. It's another one of those that has the hyper realistic stuff. Next thing I know, I was in the ICU. Like, do you remember anything from it? Well,
it had some disturbing artwork.
This one doesn't have any artwork attached to it, at least not on this. Let me... Mario.exe. Come on, where's the wiki for it? Uh... Fuck off, Ed. Fuck all the way off. You can fuck off too. Nothing attached to this. Is this it? Mario.exe, the creepypasta story.
Momo, it's okay, baby.
Eh.
Bottom. I'd like to see these.
Eh. I don't know.
Let me see if I can look something up.
Cause there's... Wait, where's my fucking pages? There we go. Alright, oh, it's gotta load again. Haunted Ocarina of Time.
There's why I will never play another Mario game.
Wow, fuck this Mario game.
Do you want me to send it to you?
Hold on. It says, wow, I will never play another Mario game.
Yeah.
I do not have it.
Okay. So you want me to send it to you?
No.
Why you want me doing it?
I can look it up.
Okay, jeez.
Alright. Estimated reading time 16 minutes. Interesting. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, what's with this format?
I don't know.
Oh my god, no. Uh, why are you formatted like this? That is not how you format your site properly. A lot of people seem to like it. 7.3. Insomniac. Sure. People seem to like it, so. Right from the CreepyPasta site itself. Where's my. There we go. Get rid of the old one. Don't like that shit. Just give me what I need. Do not copy. There we go. What the fuck? Okay, so now I gotta get rid of the fucking background. What the hell? How do I change this? I want to get rid of it. How is that formatted? Hold on. I need to get back up here. So for one thing, it's a bit of a sizable creepypasta like this. Merge formatting, and then control all, and then take it down to like size 11 font. Makes it like 10 pages. Calibre. Why is it always like that? I don't like Calibre. Make it 10. Alright, God, this Calibre is weird to look at. Nada. Whoa, what the hell? Oh, why is that so weird? Can we make that Times New Roman or something? No, it's not Times New Roman, is it? Arial. Yeah, that's it. Arial, that works. Size 10. Okay, that's a little more sensible. It is a lot of solid text, but aside from that, so yeah, it's a 6-pager. Okay. Interesting. How fun. Alright, so. It's a 60-minute read as long as you're not recording and fucking up all the time. Okay. Where is my... There's my cursor. Alright, let's start. Let me get a swig. Alright, next creepypasta. Why I will never play another Mario game. I'm writing this post in hopes that someone can tell me they have experienced something similar. I don't know why I care about that. No matter what anyone says, the situation will be the same, and I'll still think that I am losing my shit. Anyways, I hope everyone will take what I'm saying seriously. I know how it sounds. If I were reading this on some random thread on Reddit, I would be skeptical as well, but take everything I say seriously. For everything I'm about to say is 100% true. I go to college at the University of Maine. I'm currently going through grad school here, trying to get my PhD in surface sciences. I am very passionate about science and mainly computers. My first computer was an IBM, an old thing that was revolutionary for the time that I left my 11-year-old mind amazed. My first computer was an IBM, an old thing that was revolutionary for the time that left my 11-year-old mind amazed. In 95, I was really into playing Doom and Wolfenstein 3D when I got home from school. My mom and dad never really got mad at me because they were always at work. My mom and dad never really got mad at me because they were all at... My mom and dad never really got mad at me because they were always at work. So no one really told me to stop playing these violent games. My love for these games continued through the 90s, but really peaked at the beginning of 1996. I was a typical 90s kid, obsessed with I was a typical 90s kid, obsessed with French. Damn it! Come on, nose, work with me! Damn it! Why? Obsessed with French. I keep saying French instead of fresh. Obsessed with Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, fanny packs, mullets, classic horror movies, and even for a stint of time I had a Tamagotchi. With the coming of school in the fall of 96 came the sadness of... The hell? With the coming of school in the fall of 96 came the sadness of not being able to play video games every day as I did in the summer. However, school did bring the joy of friends. At lunch and sometimes in class, we would talk about games and new releases that would be coming out soon. Back then, we didn't have websites dedicated to video game news. Instead, my friend group relied on Jeff, one of our more wealthy kids in our friend group who was subscribed to a video game magazine company that sent out an issue once a month. On the last day of August, Jeff brought the latest issue to school. All of us crowd around the lunch table to catch a glimpse and the new system that was coming out next month, the Nintendo 64. We were all begging our parents that night to help us with the money to get the system. The N64 was an amazing system, as it had 4 megabytes of RAM and could handle 3. The N64 was an amazing system, as it had 4 megabytes of RAM and could handle 3D graphics like no one ever... Damn it! The N64 was an amazing system, as it had 4 megabytes of RAM and could handle 3D graphics like none other before. I had saved a little money from mowing lawns in the summer, but it was not quite enough to buy the console come September 9th. It was not quite enough to buy the console come September 29th of that year. I was disappointed and cried to my parents to help me out, just this once, to buy this great piece of technology, but my family was struggling at the time, and me being the understanding and caring child just piped down. A couple of hard a couple of hard months passed. A couple of hard months passed, and with them came many complaints and jeering from my friend group because I still and with them came many complaints and jeering from my friend group because damn it, because I still have not received the console. And with them came many complaints and jeering from my friend group because I have still not received the console. It had been it had been a difficult time for me. My parents were fighting and I just wanted an escape. I would have given anything for that damn console. I hated going to school and hearing all my friends showing off their high scores in the newest games and hearing about them finding secret glitches in the newest installment of our favorite games. Months after the initial release in September, November rolled around. Not exactly my favorite time of year. I don't like the transition from the pretty orange and yellow fall. I don't like the transition from the pretty orange and yellow fall leaves to roads covered in slick ice and disgusting dark large piles of snow and parking lots with dirt in them. However, there was one thing that was worth my time during that dread month. My birthday. 12 years old. God damn it. Birthdays never really made much sense to me. It's just a celebration of the day someone was born that is based on the man-made unit of time that is elongated into years. Anyways, I hadn't really been looking forward to this birthday because I knew that it wasn't going to bring much around. As I said before, my parents had been fighting, and I really didn't expect to get anything from either of them because they had been so busy with work and putting up with each other. This is why I was very, very excited to learn that on the 19th of that month, in 1996, that I was getting $250 for my birthday. I came home that night after school to find a letter from my mom, who had always been the more caring of the two. Oh, God damn it. Stop yelling, asshole. Oh. Get a nice stretch. Oh. Oh. Hi, honey. I hope that you've enjoyed your birthday today. The big one, too. Congrats. Anywho, your father and I, as you know, have been having disagreements lately. We were alerted today that there is a program for couples that have been having similar disagreements. We both agreed that we should take a look into this, and we both fell in love with the idea. Isn't that great, baby? Anywho, the only problem is that we were made aware of this a little short notice, so we had to drive south today, so we could make it there by tomorrow, Wednesday. Their program is going to last a week. I knew that you were understanding and kind little. I knew that you were our understanding and kind little boy, so I thought it would be okay to leave you alone until next Tuesday. That would give you the rest of the week and the weekend to yourself. To make up for this, me and your father have decided to give you a little spending money so you can get yourself whatever little toy you want. We do have food in the pantry, but I do want some of that money to go towards food for yourself. Enjoy your weekend and see you Tuesday. Love you. I didn't know whether to be excited about this freedom or disappointed in my parents for leaving me on my 12th birthday. Either way, I had more than $200 to spend on whatever I wanted. To my puny 12-year-old brain, this was a godlike amount of money. And I knew exactly what it was going towards right away. I'm sure by now you can assume exactly what I wanted. I took the money out of the envelope, threw it on the windbreaker threw it on my windbreaker and my old Pro Wings, and hopped on my old red bike I named Silver. And hopped on my own red... Huh. Nom, nom, nom. And hopped on my old red bike I named Silver. I started to head east, past my dad's pharmacy, past the school, past Jeff's house. I didn't really look over towards his house. He hadn't been to school that... God damn it. Words. Fuck. What a asshole. Whew. See what I mean? It would have been a 60-minute read if I wasn't fucking up and having to record it. I didn't really look over towards his house. He hadn't been in school that week. I skipped to a stop in front of the Finger Gym? I skidded to a stop in front of the Finger Gym, our local game store. I parked my bike right in the big window in front of the store and started to waltz in. I really liked the store, and I felt good going in knowing that I was finally able to actually get something instead of just glancing around while my friends debated on what new game they should get or... Breathe. That was one big-ass run-on sentence. Fuck. Grammar, people. I need you to understand, people might want to actually read your stories. Oh, fuck. And it felt good knowing that I was finally able to actually get something instead of just glancing around while my friends debated on what new game... Damn it! New game to get or what Magic the Gathering card they should sell. And it felt good knowing that I was finally able to actually get something instead of just glancing around while my friends debated on what new game they should get or what Magic the Gathering card they should sell. I did a quick look around the store, eyeing the older NES and Super NES, making my way towards the prized jewel, the N64. I finally put my hands on the box that I had been waiting to touch for a quarter of a year. I held it up to the light so that I could read the line under the name. The Fun Machine. Damn straight it is. I ran my fingers over the smooth cardboard cover as I started to walk towards the counter. The kid working the counter laid down his cigarette in an ashtray that was next to his Rubik's Cube. Now that I think about it, it probably wasn't a cigarette. I just assumed it was because I was still a small middle schooler. Yeah, damn it. I just assumed it was because I was still a small middle schooler that had a lot to learn. When I got up to the counter, he asked, "Is that all?" Crap, I had forgotten to get a game. I responded with a quick no and started to look behind him at the selection of games. Most of the ones back there were meant for the Super NES. Advertisements. Wait, what's that? Oh, wait, that's in the middle of it. That's has nothing to do with shit. Okay. Makes sense. The N64 had been very popular in America, so of course its games would be sold out. I spoke after glancing around a bit more, desperately trying to find a game. Do you have any N64 games in the back? The boy took another drag and blew smoke in my face. I don't know. Well, could you go back and check for me? Please? Jesus, kid. Fine. He got off of his stool and started towards the back. He pushed the curtain out of the way and started to search. I looked around the store at a plentiful gaming posters in the wall lines with board games and models of popular TV show action. Commas, people! Commas! I looked around the store at the plentiful gaming posters and walls lined with board games and models of popular TV show action stars. The boy returned after less than a minute with a cartridge in his hand. We only have one left, it looks like. He started to hand it over, but then pulled it back towards him. Wait here a second. What do we have here? He turned the cartridge over and reveals its face, only to be covered by a sticky note. What? He started to hand it over, but then pulled it back towards him. Oh. Oh, wait here a second. What do we have here? Oh, wait here a second. What do we have here? He turned the cartridge over to reveal its face, only to be covered by a sticky note with the words, "Do not, under any circumstances, sell." Now, see here, kid, I have never been much of a rule follower, and this thing has been buried under some shit in the back, so I don't think anyone will be missing this anytime soon. So... He gave me a grin to reveal his crooked teeth, layered with yellow grime. I am willing to strike a deal with you. I will sell you this game for a couple extra bucks. My boss probably didn't want to sell it because it would be limited edition or something, so I'll get you this game. Just don't tell nobody, alright, kid? Of course, my eager little mind didn't care about what it was. Of course, my eager little mind didn't care about. Damn it! Asses! Of course, my eager little mind didn't care what was right or wrong at this moment. There was an N64 in front of my face, for God's sakes, even with a possible limited edition game. So, of course, I took the grimy kid up on his deal. Even though I knew he was going to pocket those few extra bucks, I waltzed out of the store the same way I came in, excited for what I was about to come. But only this time, I was carrying an N64 and a game instead of $250. Is that anything important? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, okay. I put the plastic bag into the wire basket. I put the plastic bag into the wire basket that was on the front of my bike. I don't know if I raced home faster then or when I went to the store initially. The ride home took 5 minutes. I just let my bike drop to the ground after I came to a hard stop in front of my garage. I pounced up to the concrete steps leading up to my house, swung open the door, and started to my room. That night, I knew I had a lot of homework, and me being the reasonable little boy I was, didn't start playing right away, but that didn't stop me from eyeing over the box and opening it to save the beautiful system from its cardboard prison. I ran my fingers over the wondrously smooth black console like it was the skin of a newborn baby. I carefully set the console on my dresser and plugged it into my box TV. I lead the wire from the infamous M-shaped controller to the port of the front. Damn it. I lead the wire from the infamous M-shaped controller to the port of the front of it. I was smiling through all of this, but stopped suddenly when I realized I had forgotten something. I didn't even know what game I had bought. I quickly but carefully set the controller down on my bed and removed the cartridge from my bag. I ripped off the sticky note to reveal the true face of this game. In multicolored letters read the words, Super Mario 64. I felt like I had won the lottery. It didn't look any different than my friends' cartridges, so I was a little upset that it wasn't actually special edition, but nonetheless, I was still pumped. I finally got what I had been waiting for so long. I could not wait for the weekend. Could it come any sooner? The next day, in typical middle school boy fashion, I showed off my new game to my friends and rubbed it in their faces of those... I showed off my new game to my friends and rubbed it in the faces of others who were not fortunate enough to have the system or game. I was on top of the world for that day, just because of that stupid video game. My friends were happy for me, of course, and we talked about the game and how long it took to beat. I played with my friends at their houses after school and watched them play the game for hours and hours. I didn't want to start my own play. I didn't want to start to play my own I didn't want to start to play my own copy yet because I had acted as insensitive to me to get through this week. I didn't want to start to play my own copy yet because it acted as an incentive to me to get through the week. But boy, coming home and seeing it sitting on my dresser and glaring at me in the wee hours of the night was mighty tempting. But nonetheless, I persisted. I made it through a whole week. That Friday, the 22nd of November, I raced home after school and finally... That Friday, the 22nd of November, I raced home after school I raced home after school to finally play my new game all night. I dropped my bike off in front of my house to open the door and closed it again to lock, threw off my jacket and hat, and finally made my way to my sanctuary. I turned on the TV and slipped the gray cartridge into the slot on top of the machine. Damn, what a feeling. I turned on the system and saw the N64 3D logo arise from the ripple of some liquid and start to turn, with the little 3D Mario running around it. The game started, and I finally started to play. I was already familiar with the castle in the start, so I thought I knew what was waiting for me. I made a new save file starting the game, and the camera started to move towards Princess Peach's face. But something was already off. At first I thought I had just bought a knockoff, a fake game. Maybe that's why it wasn't meant to be sold. At the beginning, there was supposed to be a letter from the Princess Peach that read, "Dear Mario, Dear Mario, please come to the castle. I've baked a cake for you. Truly yours, Princess Toadstool," with her signature Peach under it. But what appeared to me that Friday next to Peach's face was a letter that read, "Dear player, you don't know what you're getting into. Turn off your system now and get help. Yours truly, the previous owner." Okay, that was odd. How did the previous person change the text in the game? Either way, at this time I was too excited to play the game. Either way, at the time I was too excited to play the game that the mysterious text didn't faze me at all. I just kept going. I ran up to the castle, walked in, and jumped into the first portrait. I watched Mario fall from the sky and land perfectly on the ground. Toad was waiting there for me to relay information about the level. His speech said, "You will die if you continue. Turn off the game, or I will kill you." Creepy as hell, but I just thought some hacker had the game before me and had changed the text because they wanted to scare a kid who did... Oh, big sentences. But I just thought that some hacker had the game before me and just changed the text because he wanted to scare the kid who had it next. I just kept pressing the main button until the text disappeared and continued. I was reassured when I found the gameplay had been the same as all my other friends. I jumped around the level and evaded the mushroom enemies the same as I had done before. I made my way around the level, collecting spinning red coins and hopping off trees. I shot myself out of a cannon and flew up to the top of the mountain to fight the final boss of that level. After that, I was warped back to the starting area and the castle. I made my way through the next few levels. The water levels. The levels in the mount. The, the levels in the mountain. The levels on the mountain. The snow. I kept going until I collected 18 stars. I knew where to go. I knew where to go for my first fight with Bowser. I took Mario to the correct hallway, and of course I wasn't surprised when Mario dropped through the floor because... I had seen it done 1,000 times before. He landed on a rock with a text bubble that appeared. Welcome to hell. Huh? That was... something new. Might just have been something the hacker had put in to scare me again. I jumped around the level to evade the flames until I reached the end of my first encounter with Mario's infamous enemy. But when Bowser turned around, something else was different. The large turtle-dragon hybrid had eyes that looked like black holes. The entirety of them were black. The entirety of them were black, not a single pixel of white being shown. But I just passed it off again and continued. I beat the boss easily, and was warped back up to the castle. But in the corner of the screen, right before the screen transitioned to the castle intro, I saw Bowser get up. He moved away towards the edge of the map and shapeshifted into a tall, black humanoid figure. The only thing that the new entity had that resembled the original Bowser were long, pointed teeth protruding from his mouth. I was very freaked out at this point, and I was reluctant to get out of the map. At first I thought the game had glitched, but for some reason I was in a... Farah, chill. At first I thought the game had glitched, but for some reason I was in a part of the castle that I shouldn't have been able to... But for some reason I was in a part of the castle that I shouldn't have been in until later in the game. Looking up, for as far as Mario could see, was an endless hallway. Now, I am sure some of you know what I'm referring to. You couldn't even access the area without having the right number of stars. Also, those who have played the game... Huh?
I'm talking to the cat, sorry.
Where was I at? Fuck, I lost my spot. Oh, yeah. Alright. You couldn't even access this area without having... You couldn't even access this area without having the right number of stars. Also, those who have played the game know that when you start to walk up the stairs, it seems like they go on forever. Unless you know the backwards jump glitch or have the right number of stars, of course. I was excited at this point. I had forgotten about the strangeness of this game for a brief few minutes. I made it this far in one day. I would have to show my friends so they would know how good I was and how dedicated I am to this game. The only thing that can make this situation better was if I could actually make it... Oh, God, yeah. The only thing that can make this situation better is if I could actually make it to the top of this staircase. I placed Mario's little foot on the first step and started to ascend. After a minute of still climbing the stairs, I was about ready to give up, but then I remembered... something. There should be pictures of Bowser on the side of the walls leading up to the top, but I haven't seen anything. Immediately after I had that thought, I saw the edge of a frame. I jumped up the steps to get there quicker and landed in front of the picture. To my horror, I saw a very familiar image. Sitting on a rock was 6-year-old me. with my dog who had died. With my old dog who had died, Lassie. I was very shaken up by this. All all of my other excuses for the strange events held no weight now. This just couldn't be explained away. Of course my curiosity told me to continue. I started descending again, only to find more familiar pictures. I walked past the plethora of photos, all of which were of me and my family. Not only were the photos themselves familiar, but the order they were in were hauntingly similar to the ones leading up to the staircase in our second level. Remember, this was very early Saturday morning, around 2 or 3 a.m., so my parents weren't supposed to be home yet, but I swear I heard something on the steps outside of my door. This couldn't be possible. I turned around to look, but I was only greeted by darkness outside of my room. I looked back towards the screen to continue to play my game. I started to slowly creep back up the stairs, and while I did that, I heard more noise outside my room. Now, I was scared shitless. I dropped the controller and bolted to the door. I grabbed the handle and swung it shut, causing the frame and most of my room to vibrate. I fumbled in the dark with the lock until I heard it click. I pressed my back against the door and let out a deep breath. Mario was still there waiting for me. I went back to the game, hoping it was just the restlessness getting to my I went back to the game, hoping that was just the restlessness getting to my mind. I just wanted to keep playing my game. I just wanted my game and my childhood to be normal like everyone else's. I turned Mario around and started to creep down the stairs in the game. Luckily, I didn't hear anything on the stairs again. I continued down the stairs, listening to the stairs moan in the game, but not outside my bedroom. Thank God. I was wiping the sleep away from my eyes, and I put my controller down for a second or two. I removed my hands and stretched a bit, letting out a long yawn. I opened my eyes to be greeted with Mario staring back at me, but only now his eyes were as black as Bowser's were. I couldn't take any more of this. I brought the stick on the joypad down so Mario could get away from the damn staircase. He started walking, slower than before, and his eyes still dark as night, staring at me. He gradually started to slow down, and I finally began mashing buttons, trying to get Mario to just move one more inch. But he just stood there. Finally, the character brought up his index finger on his right hand and shook it back and forth, along with his head. Then he brought the corners of his mouth back towards his ears in a grotesque smile. He opened his mouth to reveal teeth that resembled Bowser's, and I was beyond trying to convince myself this wasn't real at this point. Mario turned around and started sprinting up the steps. Along with the steps in the game, I heard the pouncing sound outside my room again. I jumped up and went to my bedside. Whatever was outside of my room had finally reached the top of my stairs and stopped. I stood in awe for a few seconds, trying to think of what to do. It started to bang on my door, shaking the frame and sent splinters on my side. I crouched and crawled under my bed. I looked up to watch the door. I was shaking. Whatever was there kept pounding on the door and the wall. After about 5 more seconds, it stopped. I removed my hands from in front of my face to see what was going on. I looked left and right and saw nothing. I let out a relieved breath. I crawled out a bit more to peek around the corner. I looked at my TV screen to see what Mario was looking in. I looked at my TV screen to see that Mario was looking in the opposite direction in the game, standing still in front of the final door. Mario put his hand on the door. At the same time, I heard my door creak a little bit. I was so glad I had locked it. Mario removed his hand and turned to his left and took one final portrait. This was one I was not familiar with. I have not seen it in the game, nor in my real life. It was a picture of a television set. Mario put his hand onto the portrait, and it began to ripple like other portraits previously going into the new level. When he touched it, my TV began to crinkle with static. I could barely make out Mario through the white noise as he removed his hand. Everything went back to normal. He took a final look on his left, stared right into my soul, and opened his mouth for another one of those smiles. He shoved himself in the portrait. My TV emitted the loudest static noise I had ever heard. It then began to ripple and shake. The screen shattered and sparks flew from the back of the set. I didn't have to see what was crawling out of its remains. I didn't have time to see what was crawling out of its remains. I rolled out from under my bed and started towards the window. I ducked down and hit my shoulder against the window. The glass shattered and I flung my body out of the room and the glass shattered and I flung my body out of the room. As the set continued to spark and set my drapes ablaze, I hit my roof and tumbled down. The last thing I thought before rolling off, smashing my head against the concrete sidewalk, was the snow. It was the first snowfall of the winter, and I had missed watching it because I was too distracted by the game. I woke up that Wednesday in the hospital and saw my parents and a nurse next to me. They caught me up on everything that had went down. The house had caught on fire for some unknown reason, and was done for. We would be living in a hotel for the next few weeks until they found a place for rent. I had a nice long break. I didn't have to go to school for a while because of the Thanksgiving break and because of the nasty head injury. I did of course have to return to my educational hell about 3 weeks later, right after Christmas break. Excuse me. Which I had been looking forward to as well. I returned and continued throughout my classes with little to no struggle. Teachers were going easy on me. Who would give a kid whose house burned down, sustained a head injury, and whose parents were going through a divorce stressful who would give a kid whose house burned down, sustained a head injury, and whose parents are going through a divorce, stressful hours of homework? Returning to school did bring about the joy of my friends' company, however. My friends jumped on me with a ton of questions about my house. I remembered nothing. I got questions about my game after that, of course, too. I didn't tell them exactly what happened because I knew they wouldn't believe me. I just gave them short and quick answers so they would stop pestering me. But when they brought up Jeff, he had been playing the game down in his basement while his parents were away during the week. Now, I don't know if this is true, but the gang told me that Jeff's parents had returned home to find Jeff under the steps leading to the basement, hanging by the cord of an N64 controller. They told me that the police told his folks it wasn't suicide. Due to the head wounds and gouged out eyes. They told me that the police told his folks it wasn't suicide due to the head wounds and gouged out eyes. But it hadn't been ruled as murder either because there were no signs of struggle. Jeff's dad, they told me, had sold his N64 and a copy of Super Mario 64 to the Finger Gym to get the remainder out of their house. He sold his N64 and a copy of Super Mario 64 to the Finger Gym to get that reminder out of his house. He sold his N64 and copy of Super Mario 64 to the Finger Gym to get the reminder out of their house. Not a bad one. Definitely not a bad one. It's okay written. There's few things that was hard to read. Like, the way you type something out is really important. Oh, damn it. Alright, let me make sure I got this right. Alright. Oh. Was alright. That was alright. Okay. And how far in are we? Oh, we're at 4 hour mark. Alright, so I'm gonna take another break. When we come back from the break, I think I'll start up a game. And we'll do that. How's that sound? And we'll just relax for the remainder of it, have a little detox, as you do. And it'll be nice. I'll go ahead and get set up. So I'll be going on intermission. When we come back, we'll have Minecraft up. And we'll chill. So feel free to get something to eat, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, do all the things you need to do, snacks, jacks, all that smacks. And I will be back. This is the intermission. I'll be back in 5, 10, 20 minutes. Alright. Okay. We're back. We're gonna do a bit of a palate cleanser for the rest of the stream. And play some Minecraft. So, for anyone who was there, wow, what did you think of the creepypastas I read? We got through a handful of them. We got Russian Sleep Experiment. We got Futurama 1, Mario.exe 1. I mean, holy shit. We did a bunch of pretty sizable ones. Real quick, let me just go ahead and read through all of them. So there's Russian Sleep Experiment, Not Long Enough, Abandoned Loneliness, Abaddon Tenebrae, Polybius, Lavender Town Syndrome, and Why I Will Never Play Another Mario Game. All very interesting creepypastas. I had fun with them anyway. Come on, let me do the thing. No, I don't need... Okay, there we go. Alright, let's just gain a little bit of XPs. Alright, so our mob farm is working quite well. And I'm really happy about that. So, now that we have that going, I don't know how I'm going to finish it off. Like, proper anyway. Well, let's go ahead and head up. We need to go ahead and get started on some of the various things we could be doing. I don't know if we're ever going to bother cutting down this in anytime soon or not. So we do have so many good materials already as it is. And, right now, dried kelp blocks seem to do really, really well. Okay, so, oh, it's getting dark. So what do I have in my inventory? I need to get rid of some of this stuff. Alright, what am I gonna do? I guess I need to start... I need to start more building on this. So, what should I do? Should I try and gather what I can for, getting villagers up here? So I can start getting various trades? Should I make an area for villagers? Or, what else should I do? What else can I do? I can go pretty much wherever with it. Ah, this is so cool. Alright, what were my ideas? So I got the mob farm. I do need villagers. Question is, how am I going to get that much out of villagers? Because that is not an easy task. And also, excuse me. If I combine those, 3, efficiency 3, and breaking. No, that's not worth it. That's not worth it. Damn. This one might have something worth it. Do I have... Station 3, smite. Oh, I don't have any more books, do I? Shit. Alright. So put that back, and we'll just go for it, I guess. Oh, wait. Duh. Oh, not bad. Not bad. Didn't completely lose out. I mean, like many things, it could have been better. But, oh well. Um, okay, so right now, what do I need? Don't know why I have these here, but don't need that, I don't need that, I don't need that. I don't really need that. I don't need those sticks. I don't think I need wood right now. I need to figure out how many rails I have, if any. So I've got activator, powered rail. So I have 64. I don't think that's going to be enough. Let me look behind here. So basically, I would probably have to cut like right here in the middle to get them where I want. But first, before I do any of that, I gotta have a place to put them. So, where dost they go? Alright, oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna start putting some stuff down here. Since I don't need some of this stuff anymore. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was gonna do with that. That's right. So I have done a little bit of work here and there. Just taking care of a few things mostly. So that way I'm more prepared. So I went ahead and did some separation and whatnot. So the first thing, I need to line this whole thing with dirt. Come on. But this will go surprisingly quick, I'm pretty sure. Come on. You jackass. No, not yet. Not yet. Okay. you really don't realize how much this takes up. Like, how much resources you need, so you have to start placing them down, and you realize, oh god, I need a ton more of this. Yeah, I was kind of sitting here like, oh, that should be enough, right? Yeah, no. It is not. It is not enough. Ooh. God, it barely even gets halfway. Damn. God damn. Alright, so. Alright, let's go ahead and place this one. Ooh. Okay, so there's two things I can try and do. So, one, I can try to make a. Oops, I can try and make a new mine shaft where I'm at. Take it where it can. Oh, you know, I want because I want to make it the way I made the other one, or the way I would have it made now. Um, because it would not be the same as it used to be. Uh, I like the design that I did make, pretty good, but it's just not there in the sense of like efficiency, you know? Hell yeah. How fast that was. And let's go ahead and get the fuck out of here before anything starts fucking spawning. Because you know damn well they will. Yeah. I am giving it plenty of area for it to grow. is all we're looking for. Is to make sure that there's plenty of ticks to update. It only needs one. And since I can't very easily get what I want, I mean, I gotta work with what I have. Gotta start learning about fucking tick speed and shit. You have to start conserving everything you have. Being very careful not to get yourself fucking killed. Oh, man. Man, I wish there was more people when I was doing the creepypasta readings. I love it when people get to hear it. You know, it's kind of like one of those things where a lot of people, you know, they post videos and they're like, I'm not trying to do this for attention, guys. Why the fuck are you posting it? Like, don't tell me you're not doing this for attention. Like, I am very much trying to get attention on this platform. I want attention. And denying yourself that is not gonna make it any easier. Like, who if you don't want, if you're not looking for attention, you're not, for any good reason, getting on YouTube or getting on a platform. I've heard that phrase a few times where, guys, I'm not doing this for attention. You don't make videos when you're not going to do a video without, you know, intentionally giving yourself something about it. It's not that it's necessarily to gain anything from it. I'm not trying to say they're being greedy or anything. It's just, if you're gonna be honest with yourself, like, and don't assume there's like a problem with it or anything. It doesn't have to be a problematic thing. Do I have any more dirt? It appears as I do not. Alright, I need my shovel. Shovel? 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 I feel rather disheveled. Whoa, why are those separate? Block of diamond, block of diamond. There's 64 blocks of diamond. Alright, do I got sticks? I got sticks. 1, 2. There we go. And throw that in, throw that in. Hey! What's going on, Jorgogo? You missed it. I did a bunch of creepypasta. And now I'm doing the little like palette cleanser at the end of it. I'm guessing you were probably working or something on something. So we did the Russian sleep experiment. That was a lot of fun. Actually, I can bring them up real quick. Let me go ahead and switch real quick on here. There we go. So yeah, we did Russian sleep experiment, not long enough, abandoned loneliness, Abaddon Tenebrae, Polybius, Lavender Town Syndrome, and why I will never play another Mario game. Those are really interesting. Oh, they were pretty friggin' long too. That was crazy. Um, definitely fun ones. And definitely ones I'd recommend giving a read or going back and listening to them if you get the chance. I figured that playing like a little bit of Minecraft would be a good palate cleanser. So that's why. Like when you're doing something and it's just taking a lot out of you, and you just need to chill the fuck out, that kind of thing. So yeah, feel free to just chill and listen or watch or whatever it is that people like to do. All right, I need dirt. I wish I had Silk Touch. That'd do me some greatness right now. Hmm. My settings are a little meh. Always fast. All right, whatever. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that. So pending. Awesome. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Yeah, so we were able to have our meetings individually from that, so that helped. And without saying too much, I guess I don't know. I know I had a lot of fun. Um, I'm really curious about your answers, but I'll get them some other time, I suppose. Like I've got to do a lot more digging about my character, so I'm gonna have to really like read over and over and then think long and hard about it, because like I did not know how to answer most of those questions, and I didn't realize I may have accidentally made my character a Mary Sue. And I was like, oh no, my character might not really have any actual depth. Mainly because of the way I created the character, but we'll figure it out, right? Well, yeah. All right. Actually, you know what? I didn't check to see if there's any dirt in here. I don't think there is. I think I'm pretty sure I gathered it all, but it doesn't hurt to look. I will hopefully soon be able to get rid of this. Ah, my head. Why did it have to itch right just then? Was that, dirt? It's granite. Dirt. Nope. Dirt. Nee. There is nothing. Nothing but bullshit. Motherfucker. Son of a bitch. Kiss my ass. Yeah, I had some trouble with it as well, but kinda helped having the Jorkook Lord back. Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where I didn't realize I'd never really critically thought about my character. So it's not something I expected. The hell? Fucking cat's going crazy. I don't think that's a good thing. Alright. Actually, I can get rid of this. Make traveling a little ever so slightly easier. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun. So, I need to make that little center area. I don't know how long I'm actually gonna have, how long I'm actually gonna stay up, but I'm gonna work on that center area, at least for now. So I like being here because it's just over water level. Yeah, it's the water level. Yeah, it's a good excuse to get more dirt. You know that dirt thing? Okay. Oh. So, I might have my work cut out for me. There's another one of our friends that he's going to try streaming, and although I'm not as well versed in streaming overall, I am decently well versed in regards on how YouTube works. So I'm probably going to be helping him out uh, after a while, or whenever he has questions. So that's going to be an interesting thing. Uh, oh yeah, while I'm at it, um, anyone that ends up seeing this that doesn't know already, I am perfectly happy to try and help whoever I can in regards to YouTube. I can't say I'm any expert or anything, and I'm not YouTube certified like Tim Schmoyer, but I definitely like the idea of being able to help those who want to try and get their start. So feel free to throw me a message. It's one of the things I like to do, and I'll try and answer and help the best I can, within reason. I won't make any promises to consistency, as I also have a day job. Well, I mean, it's kind of a day job. It takes up most of my day anyway. I don't like it. I want to do this instead. Can I just stay home and do this all day? Oh, man. Ooh. Ah. Yeah, I think the biggest problem I might have, at least in regards to my channel, is I don't interact with other people that much. And I feel bad. I feel bad that I don't interact that much with people. I really should interact more. Like, I need to be on Twitter a lot more often than I am. So that way I can actually conversate and share people's stuff like, you know, a good friend would. But I've really been neglecting it just because I haven't felt like doing anything. I feel like I have to apologize to everyone for the way I'm acting. Also, I need to try and do some collabs. I've been wanting to try and collab, but I just haven't given the time to try and ask anyone. I think it's sad. How much dirt do I got? I wouldn't mind playing games with other people for once. Although I will say there is some good news that I might see how finances are working out, see if I'm going to be in too much debt to do much, but I might try and go ahead and get a graphics card if I can afford it. That would be just wonderful if I could do that. Oh. Oh, maybe one day I'll be able to update everything and not be all kinds of screwed up. And complaining about every fucking thing in the world. I need to get back on editing. I haven't edited shit in a bit. I've just been playing Minecraft. I just haven't had any motivation. Like, at all. Which is really bad. I need to keep motivated, or I need to go ahead and just do stuff. But right now, I guess I'm just kind of trying to get myself to work on the house and maybe make some jumps and stuff like that, so I can finish some things that have just needed to be done. I hate that feeling of like existentialism whenever you're going through something. It just doesn't feel good or anything and whatnot. Just like, can I just not do anything? That would be most preferable. You know those times where it's like, even though you're not really burnt out, you don't feel like you're getting a break for anything? That's kind of how things feel. I would like to not feel that way, but I don't really get that choice, do I? No, no, I don't. But foo on me, right? It's not really a big deal. It is what it is that's what they say, right? It be what it do as it do. That's how it do. And you can go fuck yourself. Take that, grass. Yeah, suck my ass, grass. Assy grassy. Grassy ass. Anus grayness. Ooh. Oh, my neck. Don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn, don't spawn. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. You can all go die in a hole and just stay dead. Stuff and whatnot. Gotta fill it in, diddy, diddy, diddy. Fill it in like a pair of jeans. Alright, so that's the bottom layer. That's spreading. I should probably do like a river. So, this will be the bottom layer. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Those sons of bitches. I have to relight it up, essentially. You didn't just make a bunch of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse, did you? Oh, god damn it. Because of course it's going to be a creeper. You're gonna die, bitch. Haha. I am the victor. I wonder if I should enclose this and just have it something that's purely there to be pretty. Um, Anybody need pears? Oh, this has got back to me on Animal Crossing it to the point where I have a total reset on my island. Anybody need pears? Um, Funny you mentioned pears of all things. We have our pear tree is looking kind of full, actually. Actually, I have not played Animal Crossing in so damn long. Like, I need to play again. Like, desperately. So like I'm probably going to be making another layer on top. Eh. Yeah, it's gonna be a little easier to look at this when I get back to when that grass grows out a bit more. I'm gonna try and make this look fairly natural. This is actually the first time I've ever done something kind of like this. Yeah, it's gonna be mostly. Yeah, most of this is gonna be done, and it's gonna drop down over there. It's a little painful. Damn it. Alright, so I think about right here. Oh, I guess that could have stayed. Yeah, whatever. Damn it. Why do I keep doing that? Eh. Hmm. There we go. And then that will complete that section. And that's all that. This is going to be water. Give me beats, right? Yeah. Should have got more beats. But I ought to get some soup. Come get your soup, motherfucker. Alright, so I'm gonna try and make this look somewhat natural. I suppose. Whatever natural looks like in Minecraft. Guess I'll do it right. Yeah. I don't know, I think this is coming together. I made a penis. Alright. Mm-hmm. Alright, how's that looking? And maybe a couple over here, just for good measure. Like it's... I think that looks pretty good. Alright, now I need my water bucket. Oh, wait. Uh-huh. Alright. Nice. Okay, now it's equal. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oop, wrong one. Well, I need a little bit of sand too. Do I have any sand? I probably don't. I have 2 regular sand blocks. Ooh. You know, I think I am gonna go ahead and close this in. Once I'm actually done with it. I guess the big thing right now is I just need a friggin' I would need some glowstone. I need something to light up the inside. Uh, why are those floating? Damn, Enderman. Actually, you know what? Is there a... Do we have like one solitary fish somewhere in one of these? Thank you. There we go. Okay, I got a fish. I got some sand. That was a floating grass. What the hell? More floating grass. I'm not sure how the hell that works, but okay. That's the thing, apparently. Yes. Oh, hell yeah. That's probably enough. Boing. Boing. Boing, boing, boing. Boing. Alright, time to get some more, beetroot. Take that, borswashes. Borswashes. Okay, time to go back. The top's gotta make it nice and look good. Yeah, 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 yeah. Alright, I get a fish. For legal reasons, that's a joke. Yeah. That looks good. Put some bamboo. Just a couple pieces of bamboo somewhere. Do I got some in here? I do not. Was that 3? Yeah, 3 is fine. 3 is good. Three be good. And I got tactical fishing. Alright, let's get it. What's that one? No, that's a little high. It's a little high. Alright. Actually, you know what? A couple stalks of bamboo won't hurt. For aesthetic value. Oh wait, I got another one. Alright, how's that looking? I think that's looking kind of nice. Just gotta get everything to kind of grow and spread. Oh, yeah, that's looking nice. Where'd my fishy go? There's my fishy. I would love to be able to get a frog. A nice little froggy. And also, I can bone meal those flowers and get a bunch to put around here and there. So why don't I go ahead and do that? While I can. Do I have any already made? Not trying to waste shit if I can help it. Oh, but you know what I can do? I'll just make some extra bone meal. Since I got all these fucking useless seeds. Clear out my fucking slots. Hell yeah. Hmm. Ugh. Gross. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we'll start with that much. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, man. Mechanics that I love. Hell yeah. Actually, come to think of it, do I have any bones between all these? I do not. Uh, uh, Alright, so... Okay, that's all good. That's all... Oh, hey, trader. Hmm. Nice. What the fuck? Mm. Damn it. I had my phone on this whole time, and it was not charging. Pity. One, two. Alright. All right. I think it's starting to look pretty good. I'm not handsome. I am the ugly.
You keep saying that, but all I see is
Your eyesight might need a checkup.
I got the checkup. I have glasses, and I can still see it without them.
I think you need a new prescription.
I don't think so. But I think you do, since your eyes are worse than mine, and you still see me as pretty cute.
Do you want to see what I've done? All right.
Show me.
I filled all this in like this.
You have essentially your own botanical garden.
Kinda. Um, just wanted to make it like a nice natural place.
Fishy.
Mm-hmm. I got a fish and brought him up here.
You might get a little lonely, you think?
I don't know.
I would bring him a couple of friends if it were me.
It just takes a while.
Um,
And these trees to grow. I'm waiting for the grass to grow out and cover the whole area.
Wanna know what would be cool? If you could get, like, cherry bombs. Oh, not cherry bombs. I'm sorry. Cherry blossoms. Like, trees that cherry blossom, like, during the springs and stuff.
That'd be neat. That really would be.
Or what the game dignifies as spring. And just when they drop their leaves, petals, what have you, people consider it different things, the ground would be pink. Or you would see like little spots that are pink.
Well, it'd probably be a particle effect where like it'd be dropping from the bottoms,
Shadow's calling me.
like a slow snow or
Baby, go
something.
to sleep. But yeah, no, I think that would be... Because I've seen snow. I've seen snow, and that actually looks pretty in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, oh, well, what if somebody, you know, made a mod, at least a mod, if not an official release of Sakura.
I'm sure it exists.
That would just be so... I mean, I hate the color pink, but that would be pretty to me. I personally love the smell of Japanese cherry blossoms. It's one of the smells that reminds me of my childhood, because that isn't bad. Because I had a body spray. For all of you that want to know a little bit of history, I used to get a body spray that was that when I met Dren Hatamata. That and cotton candy. And because he's a big foodie, guess which one he liked a little bit more? What, baby?
Daughter's yelling at you.
I know. You have bad dreams. But yeah. Like, I had that one, and if I could find any perfume or lotion or anything with Japanese cherry blossom, I lose my mind. And I've recently gotten back into body lotion, and I have found out that Bath and Body Works has a Japanese cherry blossom, and I'm so into it. I don't know if it's limited edition or if it's all year round. I don't care. I'm gonna find it, and I'm gonna get myself a huge bottle, their biggest bottle when it comes out. Like, the only thing that beats that would be their anything Halloween. Anything Halloween. Which Dren thinks I'm joking about the rubber bats. I'm not joking about the rubber bats. I want to get rubber bats, and I want to hang them from the ceiling.
I never said you were joking.
You laugh every time.
'Cause it's adorable.
It's not adorable. I'm not the one smacking into them.
Do you want to be?
No.
You're not gonna.
I'm the shortest person in the house. I'm not smacking into them.
You might not leave me any choice.
Yeah. Our roommate, you, and then me. Yeah, no. You lower them, everyone's gonna smack into them. And we all know who did it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You lie. You lie like Superfly.
No.
Yes.
Where are the fish? It's a fucking bee. Hmm. Well, that sucks. Hey, can you get fish to generate? I bet that's more of my bees. One of the ones I lost a while ago. Alright, so there's one. There's two. And there's three. There it is. Yeah. Alright, we got friends for our other species. And I don't know if they have like a life cycle that makes them spawn or what the case is. I couldn't tell you. I'm just gonna walk my happy ass this way. Alright. Don't know if that'll help, but I suppose it's worth a shot. You okay? Go ahead and throw these in there and dry this shit. Alright, how many entities am I looking at? Uh... Hmm. Dang it, I can't see the thing. I forgot what... I don't remember what setting it was. Graphics first. Okay, there we go. Now I can see particles again. Ooh, so much damn lag. I think it's about time I can probably start killing him now. Alright, well, I'm getting the leather hide that I was wanting. No, no. Not to kill you. Alright, how many entities? Oh shit, where's my entity counter? Where shit? Okay. I was getting a lot of meat. Alright. Nope, 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 no. Sorry, but I can't allow you to live. Alright. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Mm. It's coming together. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, yeah. Alright, now we got 40 books again. Alright, what's the... There. Damn. No, no! Oh, fuck. Damn it, that sucks. 2, efficiency 1. Damn it. Alright, I mean... Man, I can't believe I missed that silk touch. Oh, I am such a fucking spoon. Alright. Okay, so that's probably a good spot. I mean, this looks really nice. I feel like there's might be a little bit more I want to do, but I don't know. But I think we'll stop here, because eventually I'm going to fill all the glass in. I think I'll actually use glass panes for that. So, yeah, I think that'll be it. So, feel free to like, comment, share, and subscribe if you want to be my buddy. You can find all my links to my Discord, Twitter, Facebook, whatever the hell, down below in the description. And always remember, you have potential. Bye.